participate fully to make this seminar memorable and impactful. We are Mavis Osafuedu and
my name is Ransford Yabuabedu. We're going to be your MCs for today's impactful session. I'll entreat you all to sit tight, enjoy another round of mind-stimulating and mind-engaging sessions from our speakers. We also have quite a number of all the group leaders giving us a presentation of what they discussed in their subgroups breakout sessions yesterday. So without much ado, we're going to have two sets of presentations. We have 1 to 4 and then 5 to 7. But in view of that, we're having some small challenges with the people uploading their slides. So those who are ready will be called to start with the presentation. And the first one to kickstart the presentation for us is group 3. And that will be done by Mr. S.Y. Amable. Please, let's welcome him to the podium.
Yes. Group 3 was my group, so I'm excited. Oh, shall we welcome Mr. Amable? It's not easy to break the ice. Until he gets here, please, let's do it. Thank you.
So group presenters are expected to speak to us on they should focus on 2 or 3 dominant strategic priorities discussed in their sessions. And they also encourage to highlight the success UG has chalked in these areas, the challenges encountered, as well as the way forward for strengthening implementation. So, Mr. Amable, please.
Good morning. Thank you very much, MCs. Yes, as a basic requirement for strategic plans, it's good to always pause at a point, see what you've done, and then you plan ahead. So it's only natural and prudent that our able registrar has, as part of this Registrars Management Seminar, given us this opportunity to reflect and discuss the milestones you've achieved so far, any challenges you've had, and then propose the way forward. Yesterday, we had quite an active discussion, and there were quite a number of suggestions. But due to time, I'll limit it to at least 3 or 4 milestones or achievements, followed by their challenges and then the way forward. Overall, Group 3 picked transformative student experience, commitment to faculty and staff, and then engagement and partnership. Transformative student experience, commitment to faculty and staff, followed by engagement and partnership. From our perspective, by way of achievement, we can't blow our horns without mentioning the milestone of modernization of lecture halls. This is a stark reality as you see smiles of students' faces and as our faculty deliver their lectures with a high level of confidence. Then the second milestone is improvement in intranet connectivity for both staff and students. And here we note the speed, the improvement in the speed. You might have the connectivity, but if the speed is lacking, at a point where a lot of you have to connect and fill certain forms, you can imagine the frustration. So in the same way, when students have to register, whether in the halls or in the lecture theaters, the connectivity is fast, and we're pleased about that. Then the students need to learn and then do their assignments and prepare for exams. Hence, the digitization of library resources was another milestone we observed. Then last but not least, the digitization of academic transcript requests. After all their years here, if they want to request transcript, they have to go through, in quotes, hell some decades ago, but now it's something of the past. At least it helps to build a strong alumni. Each time they think of UG, they have fond memories that, oh, despite the fact that I had a few issues with some missing results, at least everything is fine on my transcript. So those are the achievements we found so far for transformative student experience. Now, by way of challenges, we realized that to some extent, the way some of our colleagues on the other side handle the students, it's true that they've come a long way, but you must know that they are your customers, they are part of your public. And we live in a small world. Yes. So you see that you talk to them in quotes anyhow, but the next time you go to a place, you want a sponsorship or something, you see the person sitting there. And like the key speaker for yesterday, the immediate past dean of business school said, each time you go out there, you see people and they talk about, oh, I was at, in my case, it's City Campus. People see me, they call me all around, and I'm just surprised. But so far, so good. All the memories they have are positive. So we may suggest that perhaps we have to do some customized customer service training for some or all of the faculty. We are not saying that it's across, but sometimes even at the master's or the postgraduate level, the way they handle them leaves much to be desired. And then, of course, among our colleagues, it's true that the students can be difficult, but you must take a break and breathe in. Or if you can't see them immediately, tell them to wait 5 minutes, by which time you might have sobered down, then you can talk to them. And these are aspects of the way forward. Now, commitment to faculty and staff. In terms of achievements, we realized that a customer service training was organized for staff of Academic Affairs Directorate. And then in any academic institution, the Academic Affairs Directorate is core, is key. In fact, that's more or less the engine room. Apart from the registrar's office, there's a lot going on there. They are always under pressure. They want their transcripts, they are chasing results, you have to organize exams, timetabling, you are scheduling lectures all over the place. Is Mr. Frederick Yorku here? Not yet, yes. So they were trained in how to handle their publics, that the students and those coming for inquiries and all that. Also, how to respond to these hotlines and stuff like that. There are institutions that have hotlines, but when you call, nobody picks. But UG has achieved that milestone, and we are happy. Then, the second achievement has to do with organization of CPDs across all categories of staff. And that's by way of what? Capacity building. You build the capacity, you translate it into reality. And then we're so excited about the staff awards. Indeed, a year ago it was mentioned And this year it was rolled out in all flying colors at the college level, then at the level of central administration. And a few colleagues had the opportunity of receiving awards. And at the event, you could see the smile, the joy erupting from within, that at least they've been recognized. In terms of awards, it's not only enough to wait till the end of the year, but within the year, a pat at the back, letters of commendation, and words of encouragement all go a long way. So it comes in various forms. Then the final achievement we observed from our perspective and our commitment to faculty and staff was health and wellness programs, which were organized for staff. A healthy mind will work in what? A sound body. Yes. So you come to work, the way you sit, the way you do your work. Yesterday, the secretary of the VCG mentioned ergonomics. In the office, you sit so that the way you do your things is scientific. Sometimes, just the way a staff sits doesn't make them do most for the unit. So you walk around a bit, you look at how the tables are placed, the nature of the chair, is the swivel chair the right size or type for the person, and all that. What are our challenges? There's the need to work on mutual empathy. It shouldn't be one-sided. Some bosses can be difficult. And in the same way, some direct support, that subordinates, can also be terrible. But in my case, wherever I go, I make sure I diagnose you. I have to diagnose you first and see how I can work with you. So wherever I go, I've met senior staff who initially would come with some sort of aggression. But within a few weeks, they come and they are virtually begging to do work for you. They want to be mentored. And I think that one is a positive sign. So my colleagues, let's all endeavor to work on mutual empathy. Always see things from the perspective of the direct support. Then you can appreciate them. Like the immediate past things, Professor Baole said, it might not be your immediate concern, but the absence of that affects work generally. Yes. And then we realize that in terms of the strategic plan, the strategic priorities, especially some junior staff don't really know what's going on, because sometimes it's difficult even to define what could be the objectives unless you think through carefully. So there might be the need to have some time and talk to them. No matter what you are doing, do it so well, so that in a way it contributes to the success story. It may just be cleaning the washrooms, but if on a day of a particular workshop, you have foreign partners coming and they use the washroom and they feel so comfortable, then that direct support have achieved what they set out to do. Then finally, engagement and partnership. The first achievement, support from the corporate world for the VC's One Student, One Laptop initiative. This one, we've had so much support and it's so glaring. Then the second achievement, we are referring to our magnanimous alumni for their support for scholarship packages for needy and brilliant students. And we are grateful to them. Now, by way of challenges, in terms of processes, in terms of systems, we need some level of re-engineering. The pace of approvals, delays in processes has hampered how quickly some agreements would be signed. And let me mention here that bureaucracy is not only hard here. You can be using the PC and other systems, all right, but you still have what? Bureaucracy. So let's be careful, we can minimize the bureaucracy. So as you go on, and you do your work, always rethink the processes. We call something business process analysis reengineering. And that is what the registrar sought to achieve when she initiated the need for what? Standard operating procedures. Once these are there, you can always go back to think through them, and then you can cut off certain processes. So like we are saying, for us to achieve transformative leadership, you need to what? Do things differently and achieve the same or better goals. Then we also realize that international politics, geopolitics, has also affected how much we can achieve. It's on record that certain grants or certain sponsorships couldn't come as we expected. We know of the US aid sponsorship packages and others. So these are challenges. Now, the way forward for engagement and partnership. Key is having a look at our processes and systems, and then taking a look at those who handle the processes and systems. You cannot detach the process from the human being. So we need to deliberately conscientize them so that as they work, they seek to improve the process. Sometimes the process will be fine, but the person implementing it adds layers and layers and layers to the process. And because we don't see it, we think it's fine. The most dangerous are the soft ones. You send the email, it is sent, it's brought back. Before you see, a week is gone, 2 weeks are gone, the approval has not been received. Yeah. So in a nutshell, on the whole, so far so good, but we mustn't rest. Let's keep fighting so that at the end of the strategic plan period, we can boldly say that, oh, we wanted to get there and we got there and more. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. S.Y. Amable. And that's for Group 3. Let's give it up to them. So far, so good. Let's keep on fighting. So we invite Group 7 to do their presentation. Like I initially said, they'll be looking at issues relating to the successes UG has struck in these areas, the challenges encountered, and the way forward for strengthening implementation. Please note that presenters have 7 minutes to do their presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ransford, and good morning to all of us. So I'm representing the CETO. He was supposed to have done this. He asked me to do this on his behalf. What the UG ITD group did was to align the discussion to the document we submitted for the strategic priorities. So that's what we'll be presenting on. And what we sought to do was to indicate the priority, indicate the objective, and then mention the progress made so far. That's the understanding we had yesterday, so we'll be doing that here. Our strategic priority, what we chose, one of it, and we'll be talking about 3. One is the transformative student experience, and we focused on the 1.3 as the objective, which is to enhance the learning experience of students through use of cutting-edge technology. So that's what we did for that one. Progress made so far. And when it comes to the progress, what we do is that we indicate the activity we intended, and then we highlight what progress we've made so far on that. So one of the activities we sought to do was to increase internet bandwidth capacity from 5 to 20 by the end of the period, that's 2029. So far, we've been able to do 10 gig. We started with 5 gig, and we moved on. Progress report, we've done 10 gig. What does that do for the student? What it means is that it would help downloads to be faster, it will help uploads to be faster. So if they went online to get their documents, it won't be difficult to have that. So in terms of progress, we've moved from 5.0 gigabit per second to 10 gigabit per second. That's with that one. The next activity we sought to do was to provide Wi-Fi coverage to all halls of residence and academic areas. We are happy to report that we've been able to extend coverage to the traditional halls and some selected UG halls. We believe that by the end of the period, this will be achieved. So that's a progress made on that front as well. We also sought to deploy a service desk application, which essentially would help track requests that come in from students and be able to kind of respond to them more efficiently than we do now. Because when you have a system that helps you to track, then it becomes quite easy to be able to do that. That exercise, we are about 80% through with that exercise in terms of progress made. One of the things we've done also is to collaborate with telcos to extend their signals or to boost their signals, that's 4G, in the various halls. So some students will have connectivity issues with the telcos they are subscribed to. We sought to engage the telcos to have that boosted, and now it's improved significantly as a progress report. Right, so that is for the transformative student experience. The other strategic priority we looked at is the commitment to faculty and staff. Commitment to faculty and staff, and that happens to be the strategic priority 3. The objective we considered is 3.3, which says improve productivity of faculty and staff by providing state-of-the-art infrastructure, administrative and logistical support. So that is the objective we have in our document. And the progress made so far, the activity is that we implemented a comprehensive service there. So this fell in both the student experience and then the commitment to faculty and staff. We are deploying a service desk application which will help us track the requests that come through and how we're able to manage it going forward. We believe that once that is done, productivity is increased. If you came looking for a service, we're able to track and say that we moved it from A to B. Without that application, it makes it quite difficult to be able to do that. So that is what we've deployed, and it's 80% complete. Hopefully, we'll get it done by the end of the year or early next year. We also want to implement an efficient voice communication system for staff and faculty. And if you realize, we've deployed a new solution. That's when it comes to telephony, there's a new solution for that. What we sought to do is to take out the previous one where that come to end of life and they didn't have support. That meant that our security was going to be a concern. So that has been deployed. What is left is actually the increase of handsets that would have to be provided for some of the departments. So here also the telephony has been done, and we look forward to getting additional handsets to reach almost every desk. The third commitment we have in terms of activity is to conduct IT security training for employees. We believe that security is very essential and that our stakeholders, i.e. employees, plus other stakeholders should be able to have some knowledge about this IT security. So what we are doing is to focus on targeting some groupings. We started, it's commenced, and then we've done one recently for the doctors at the Ghana know, the UG Health Directorate, the hospital. So one was recently conducted for them, and we seek to be doing this for various category of staff. That is so that we are trained in IC security, so we don't compromise on our security. So that ends the activities for the strategic priority 3, that's commitment to faculty and staff. Then we looked at, because we're constrained with a number of priorities we should consider, we just focus on 3. So the final one we looked at is the strategic priority 5, which looked at sustainable resource mobilization and stewardship. That we looked at the objective 5.2, which is strengthen the management and maintenance of the university assets. In terms of activity and progress made so far, the first activity that we sought to implement scheduled maintenance on fiber optic cables on the university campus, and this is an ongoing thing. What we've done so far is to extend to the comfort zone at the alumni funded one, and then we've also done that for the religions and the cons, and it's ongoing, so we'll be doing this progressively. We're also looking at implementing scheduled maintenance across all IT nodes in the university. That is looking at the routers and switches we have. This is also an ongoing exercise, and we've done that for the first part. Right, so in terms of challenges, we kind of put all of it together. The first one is, for a lot of these things to happen, we really need to look at the staffing position of the UGITD, and we see that as a constraint. We don't have enough staffing to make this happen the way we want it to happen. So that is a challenge. Of course, funding is also a challenge for everybody. So it comes in our domain also. Funding is a challenge for us. We believe that enough funding would help some of these activities happen the way we want it to happen. I think another challenge we came up with, that our infrastructure is aging. We have aging infrastructure, and that's really a challenge that we saw. There's also operational load. And operational load is basically we deploy an application, we deploy a service, and we expect that faculty, we expect that staff will take these up and do. But what we realize is that oftentimes they are back to the staff of the UGITD to do what they are expected to do, and that puts a lot of pressure on the staff of UGITD. I mean, hindering what they have to do to accomplish the activities they have under the various objectives set. So operational load, it's a challenge, and we hope that going forward, once these applications, once these services are deployed, then we'll have the users take it up and then run with that. Unfortunately, we are reporting theft of access points, and access points are those routers that you see for internet connectivity. In some of the halls, people take them. I mean, they take them, so it's also a challenge for us. Way forward. Despite the challenges highlighted, the UGITD is committed to full implementation of the Directorate's strategic objectives. So regardless, we are still committed in doing so. We are saying that wherever it's possible, we'll leverage on our networks, both internally and externally, to get some adequate or additional resources to be able to go on with our activities. We believe also, as Mr. Amable said, we believe that we need to continuously synthesize the directorate staff to more practicalize the strategic priorities. Because sometimes we say it, people don't know how it's applicable to them, and we need to do this sensitization to be able to intentionally have people understand that you need to do this, and if you don't do that, this is how it affects the priorities that we have. Of course, we also want to, going forward, we want to improve on the cybersecurity posturing of the university. Now we know what it is when it comes to cybersecurity, and if we don't improve on that posturing, it may land us into trouble. I want to thank you sincerely for your attention.
So that's a call from ITD. And as we can see, Uncle Ebohwais is also here. Let's welcome him. So we'll allow Uncle Ebo to settle in a bit whilst we have our next presentation from Group 6. Let's welcome Miss Isabella Roxon. Okay, sure. Thank you. So Miss Roxon has 7 minutes to present.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. MC. Okay, so Group 6, we were looking at, we were the research planning and academic services team. And we worked on 2 strategic priority areas. Our members were from the Research Innovation Directorate, Academic Quality Assurance Directorate, Health Services Directorate, Livestock and Poultry Research Center. Those are the ones I captured. So if there are any others, I'm sure we'll add it as we go along. Okay, so looking at the priority areas, we looked at 1, transformative student experiences. And the directories, the members that we had, gave us comments on what they had done in this area. We put it all together and didn't separate them. Thank you. So from the RAID, we had Student Venture Support Program. That is where students are supported with startups to work on programs that they have. And then there's this idea challenge, where a real problem is presented to students who come up with innovative solutions to tackle the problem. And winners are given cash prizes. There's a Thesis Innovation Award, where students are also supported to transform their final year thesis or projects into viable business ventures. These are students, undergraduates, those at master's levels, and those at PhD level. And then there's the Artify program, where student artists, as well as fashion designers, are also supported. The ethics team has also introduced dedicated consulting hours for students seeking guidance on ethical clearance for their research. And they've also launched a live chat feature on the RAID website to expedite responses to ethical inquiries. The university hospital has established a student medical exam center with an online appointment booking system for medical examinations, all to enhance their services. Because according to them, they had issues attending to students when it was time for their medical exams. And then for academic quality, they've implemented a course lecture evaluation system where students are allowed to provide feedback on their lectures. Initially, students were afraid to do that because they thought they could be victimized, so they didn't. But now with this system, the students are able to do it. They've also conducted an academic facility audit to optimize student to lecture hall ratios. Initially, there were a lot of students in the lecture halls, but management has agreed and is putting in place a system where 300 students will be in a lecture hall and no more. And for Livestock and Poultry Research Center, they provided research assistance to support students who are posted there to better understand and engage with their academic work. Our second priority area was the impactful research. And for that one, to be said, RAID has established a UJ Graduate Research Fund to support graduate students with their data analysis. Also, management supports the organization of grants management capacity building workshops for faculty, especially early career faculty. They also engage experienced researchers to mentor early career faculty in writing competitive and winning grant proposals. They've also set up programs to allow faculty to share their research findings with the public.
Then for livestock, they also fund researchers to attend regional conferences where they meet local farmers, gather information on their needs, and then when they come back, they put systems in place to be able to support them. Challenges, we put all of them together from all the directorates that were represented, and our first one was limited funding, because without funding, a lot of things can't be done. And then we also said there's insufficient staffing. If we get more staff, I'm sure we'll be able to do more than what we're doing already. And then there was mention of poor communication channels. Like you are able to communicate to someone, and then if there's a break, then you don't get results on what you're expected, and you don't achieve what you want to achieve. And for the hospital, they're overwhelmed with services due to high student numbers and even staff numbers. What they're saying is, now that private people also come in, it's like they're doing a lot. So they also need more people to be able to handle their work. And another challenge was a high student to lecturer ratio, which affects engagement. If there are a lot of students, faculty are unable to engage with students to understand their needs and to support them. We also said there's inadequate infrastructure. The hospital mentioned, for instance, that the director's office is nothing to write home about. And there's shortage of staff accommodation and office space. If we stay far away, we don't come to work early. And when we get to work, we're too tired to work. And there's also unreliable internet, water, and electricity supply. At times, you really need it, and it's not available. So those were the challenges we listed. And for the way forward, most of the things that we wrote have to do with management assisting. The first one from the hospital was the need to introduce telemedicine services to improve healthcare access. That way, staff, students, when they are sick, don't need to come in. You can sit in your office, do the consultation, get your lab requests or all the needs, and then you can go and do your labs, come back again and do telemedicine, and interact with the doctor to see the way forward. And then we are also advocating for government clearance to recruit more lecturers and improve the student-lecturer ratio. We are also asking the need to explore evening and weekend school programs to increase student intake capacity and to try and resolve the large number of students who come to normal school. And then we're saying we should identify more funding opportunities to sustain our research and innovation programs. That's what I have. Thank you very much.
Why did you stop? I haven't started. Thank you so much. Please, we are doing this for all the groups. All the groups that are presented so far. Very, very insightful. Thank you. And I've been informed to alert our members from other sister universities that you'll be given the opportunity to also share your experiences with us. And therefore, just be ready when you are invited to do so. So this is just to prompt you to put yourselves together. Thank you. Let's give it up one more time. Thank you. I'm smiling because I'm so excited. Uncle Ebo, welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a singular honor to introduce the first guest speaker for this morning. I've already mentioned his name. James Ebo White, popularly known as Uncle Ebo White, is a playwright, author, motivational speaker, and a leader. But he simply describes himself as a storyteller. Uncle Ebo is a trained statistician, marketer, and accountant, and has worked in senior management roles across diverse industries, including publishing, pharmaceuticals, finance, and the automotive sector. Since 1975, when I was born, 50 years ago, he has written and directed more than 60 stage plays, making him Ghana's most successful playwright, and the man credited with reviving Ghanaian theater. Please keep clapping. I'm talking, but he deserves all the applause. Yes, yes. He's credited with reviving Ghanaian theater after decades of dormancy. Through his company, Roverman Productions, pioneered quarterly theater seasons in Ghana, cultivating loyal theater-going audience and mentoring a new generation of actors, playwrights, and production professionals. As an author, Uncle Ebo has published 3 books on relationships, personal growth, and values. His outstanding contribution to literature, theater, and cultural leadership have been recognized with multiple awards. I'm not going to mention all, but including Life Icon Award 2023, Head of State Award Scheme. Yes, please, let's acknowledge and appreciate that. And then the Lifetime Achievement Award 2019, Ghana Event Awards, among others. Yes, thank you. Uncle Ebo has also for over 30 years consistently hosted Food for Thought on Joy FM, where his life-changing reflections have influenced mindsets and inspired countless individuals. When I came in, I said I was smiling because I'm an ardent listener. I don't miss Food for Thought on Joy FM. And if, please, let's give it to him. I don't know how he does it. It's a Monday and Thursday. Every Monday and Thursday, and every time he has rich content, rich advice. I don't know how he does it. Let us appreciate Uncle Ebo. God bless you. You have no idea the number of people you are influencing, and I'm one of them. Thank you so much. Yes, so Food for Thought. Yes, that was Food for Thought on Joy FM. Yes. At the heart of his work, Uncle Ebo remains passionate about personal growth, leadership, and relationships. He brings to every platform not just decades of experience in storytelling and mentoring, but also a deep conviction that people and organizations can achieve their best when they embrace values, discipline, and purpose. For your staff engagement, Uncle Ebo White will bring his unique blend of storytelling, humor, and practical wisdom to inspire excellence and productivity. Ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding round of applause, help me welcome Uncle Ebo White, your favorite uncle, my favorite uncle, and everybody's favorite uncle. Uncle Ebo, please take over. Thank you.
Good morning. And thank you for having me. You have no idea how many sleepless nights you've given me with this invitation. Just the idea that I'm coming to University of Ghana to speak to you guys, I think it has added a few years to my age already. I wasn't this great before I got your invitation. But it's such a great honor, and I'm grateful to the Registrar and the team for having me. I came in my numbers. I normally move around with my children. So 2 of them are here. The beautiful one is called Elsie. Elsie is a geodetic engineer by training, but has chosen to come and work with Daddy. So works as my PA, and she runs my life and makes me look efficient. And the handsome one is Emeka. Unfortunately, he didn't have the privilege of attending this institution. Okay, yes. He's done a postgraduate degree. Okay, Emeka, you've been redeemed. You've been redeemed. Yeah. If you do this next year, can I make you guys a promise? I may put on your program that there will be a little theater show for you next year. As my thank you for allowing me to come to do a little too known today, I'll put together about 15 to 25 minutes skit just for you. So, as soon as you decide the theme, let me know, so we can put something together. But before then, let me see by hand those who have watched any of my plays before. All right. Thank you. The majority of you. Thank you very much. The few against people who didn't raise their hand. What have I done to you? Eh? But again, as my gratitude for inviting me, anyone who is part of this conference is invited to my next show, which will be end of this month and first week of December at the National Theatre. The ticket goes for 300 cedis, but if you are part of this conference, you can have it for 200 cedis. So, my brother, organize that. Let them give you their names, and then the reservations will be made for them at 200. So, I just gave everybody 100 cedis. And those who have never watched any of my plays, if this does not make you come and watch, if you I am a storyteller, so I will be telling you a number of stories. And I'll be telling you these stories because I have this conviction that the challenge we have in Ghana is not that we do not know what leadership is. We do. Some of the people who have messed the nation the most, each of them could write a book on leadership until they got into the position that they messed us up in. So it is not for lack of ideas and knowledge of what leadership is. And I'll be going into the reason why we haven't done so well with leadership across all sectors in Ghana. Alexander the Great said, "I am not afraid of an army of lions led by a sheep. I am afraid of an army of sheep led by a lion. I'm not afraid of an army of lions led by a sheep. I am afraid of an army of sheep led by a lion." Now, the story is told of a young man who traveled to the US on government scholarship in the days when the only thing that was reliable about government scholarship is that the money never came on time. So he wakes up one morning and the remittance from Ghana hasn't arrived. He's broke. He doesn't have money in his pocket. And he decides that instead of staying in his apartment, wondering when the money will come, he would rather go for a walk on the streets of New York. And as he took the walk, he comes upon a restaurant with a sign at the door. The sign said, "Free meals are served here. Your grandchildren will come and pay." He reads it. Free meals are served here. My grandchildren will come and pay. And he begins to work the mathematics. When he was leaving Ghana, he didn't even have a girlfriend. What are the chances of him marrying, having children, and those children having children? At any rate, if ever he even had grandchildren and they turn up here, how would they know they are his grandchildren? He decides it's worth taking a risk, so he enters. But he's a Ghanaian. Ghanaians have what we call making assurances doubly sure. That is why some Ghanaians wear belt and braces at the same time. If one gives way, the other will hold. So he goes to the front desk and said, "Excuse me, I saw a sign at the door," and before he would even finish, the receptionist says, "Yes, the sign means exactly what it says. Your meal will be free. Your grandchildren will come and pay." So, all right. He goes and sits down and he's served. And you know how a certain level of appetite comes to you when you are eating food you know you don't have to pay for. Free food always brings good appetite. So he does justice to the food, and then after that, he leans back in his chair, wondering what a crazy nation America is, that they can come up with such schemes like these. If he was in Ghana, he would have asked for a piece of a broom at that point. You know what we do with brooms? If you are here and you don't know what you do with a piece of broom after eating, you are dadaba. Those of us who are Jamba, we know exactly what to do with it. When he sees a receptionist approaching him with a folder on a tray, and all his fears came back. And he goes, wait a minute. The sign at the door said, "My meal is free. My grandchildren will come and pay. I asked you, and you said, my meal is free. My grandchildren will come and pay. So what is this?" And the receptionist said, "Relax, my friend. Your meal indeed is free. But this is the bill your grandfather left you when he was here." What makes this story both funny but also sad is that when he thought his grandchildren would come and pay, he gave no thought to the burden he was leaving them. And that is our bane, that is our headache in Ghana. Leaders who do not have any perception, any interest in ensuring they leave to the next generation a better Ghana. As long as we can get away with it, it is fine. That's why we are doing Galamsey. That's why we are fighting Galamsey. It's not because we do not know the consequences of Galamsey and that we are destroying the environment, but it will be after me. Do you understand me? In my time, I will make my money. It will be after me. And many of us are leaving bills for our grandchildren to come and pay. May you not be one of them. May you not be one of them. Ghana needs a new kind of leader that who ensures that the grandchildren will not come and have any bills to pay. We lack that. We lack that. Now, so I am in secondary school. I am about 17 years old. Remember, I did Saito, proper Saito, the one we wore political suit, khaki political suit to class, the khaki up and down. 17 in secondary school. I go home on holiday. There's a girl in the neighborhood whom I had taken a fancy to. Now, I don't know about you young men. Maybe your generation has changed. But I belong to the kind of generation where you could fall in love deeply with a girl and the girl will never know for years that you are in love with her. But you write letters to her in your mind and you make approach to her in your mind. You rehearse those lines over and over and over. And any day you resolve, today I'm going to let her know my feelings, and you see her and you walk away or you walk past. That was my situation. So the girl didn't know that I had fallen in love with her, but strangely, apparently, she was also interested in me. God is good, though. So one day, as a way of getting my attention, she comes to me and says her mother runs a small store in front of their house, and says, my mother has sent me to go and buy cigarettes from Ejekum Tobacco. That was a company that was huge. I think it had a monopoly of the tobacco market in Kumasi at a certain time, Ejekum. My mother has sent me to go and buy a stock of cigarettes for the shop tomorrow morning. Would you like to accompany me? And of course, what are you talking about? I mean, and so yes, the next day morning we set off. Took a trotro from South Centreso to Kejetia. Then we get down and we start walking towards the dune. And we're walking and we are talking. We're walking. Listen, I am having the time of my life. Do you understand me? I am in the company of a girl I loved and have not been able to tell, but now, we are walking and we are talking and we are chatting, and the chat is easy, it's light, we're flowing and all that. And then we're walking. We're turning corners. We're going. After about 45 minutes later, we were towards the Harper Road. Those of you know Kumasi. So we've gone from Kejetia through Edum. We've made turns. Now we are on the Harper Road. And at this point, I asked, Era, how much further do we need to go? And she stops and asks, we need more. I said, we need more. I said, I'm following you. You are following me? He said, yeah, I don't know the place. That's why I asked you to come with me. I thought you knew the place. I said, but we turn corner. He said, yes, I was following you. Listen, when we got down from the trotro at Kejetia, we did not we were not going on a straight route. Do you understand me? If we're going on straight route, you can understand how it would be. But we had made corners. We had turned. We had gone through. Apparently, we're following each other and nobody. We were lost. So I immediately asked the very next person we came to where we can find Ejekum Tobacco. And typical Asante, I said, go back. The lesson there, it is very easy for an organization to exist and to be active and yet not have any leadership at all. And it is serious. When we think we have leadership, but in reality, there's no leadership. And that is why I am excited that the Registrar has decided that you are giving reflection to leadership, because it is critical. In the days when Asante Kotoko was a football team, and was conquering Africa, That's what I meant by a football team. It was conquering Africa. Every nation feared facing Asante Kotoko. In the African Cup, whenever there was a match in Kumasi, it was a thing to see. The queues began at 4 a.m. People slept at the stadium. By 9 o'clock, the queues are long. And you know how, I don't know if you've been to stadium on a good match day before. The human beings, the queue, will press so hard against each other that you discover your legs are not touching the ground, but you are moving. Do you understand? The pressure. You know, there are people in front of you, and then there are people pushing in. And before you realize, it's one of the most frightening things you can have. You are moving, but your legs are not on the ground. You are moving with the momentum of the crowd. And there was always this thing that happened. We'll get to the ticket booth. So the person in front of you now has to walk to the turnstile and go in. It is only then you discover that that person is already dead. Can you imagine? The dead person has moved for more than 100 meters. Dead. It is frightening when we seem to be alive, but in reality, we are dead. And it has to do with leadership. Leadership is the one to ensure that we never can get there. There can be activity even when there is no vision and no clear direct leadership. But thank God, you can always turn around and go back to basics. Like it happened when I found myself with the girl of my dreams on the Harper Road. If you've been to any of my shows, you know that we never start late. Since 2008 to date, for my shows, for our quarterly shows, we've never started any show late. But this would not have happened, except for what I'm going to tell you. The reason why we can start early. The first Roverman play, the plays before, I wrote and directed plays as the artistic director of the Youth for Christ drama troupe, which we named later J Theatre. That's when, from 75 on. But Roverman Productions, our first show was in 2008, 6th of September 2008. Prior to the show, I had a meeting with everyone whose service I was engaging. I didn't have anything then, and so I engaged every service. Lights, sound, music, everything. The guy I had engaged for music, for sound, I had a meeting with him just as I had with every one of them. And the meeting with him was significant because of the people I engaged pre-production. He was the one who assured me the most that he hates late start of programs first class. When I said Roverman Productions will be known as a company that that starts on time. He said, yeah, he said, I like that. I like that because I hate programs that start late. So I thought I had found a kindred spirit. Come the day, 6th of September, I go around everyone. The show, on the 6th of September, our first show started at 5. It caused so much traffic, so we moved the first show to 4 o'clock later. Now it's 4 and 8. But that first show was at 5. We didn't know any better. So at about 4:15, I go round all of them to confirm, listen, exactly 5, we are going. So yeah, okay. I go round. Then I come to this sound guy. Said, remember the discussion we've had? We are going exactly at 5, just to remind you. No, Uncle, but that's not possible. I said, what do you mean by it's not possible? No, it's not possible. It's not possible. We are talking about sound. We are talking about sound here. We can't rush this. We can't rush this. Okay? So it's 4:15. How much time would you need? Well, okay, but at least a minimum of 1.5 hours. We would need 1.5 hours to get ready. 1.5 hours. I said, my brother, look at me. And look at me and listen to me carefully. At exactly 5 o'clock, I'm going to have the curtain lifted. I know the sound people always sat in the middle of the theater. So they say so they can know what is happening all around them. I don't believe them, but that's what they say. So they always take quite a number of seats right in the middle. The seats we could sell, but they are there. So I said, I am exactly at 5. I'm going to get them to lift the curtain. I am going to bring my cast in their costume to sit on the set. And then I will announce to the people that as they can see, we are ready for the show. But that man sitting behind that console there says he's not ready. So we are going to sit here and wait for him. Whenever he tells us he's ready, we will start the show. And then we'll sit down. No, Uncle, you can't do that. You can't do that. I said, watch me. And then I walked away. And I would have done it. I would have done it. This was 4:15. Not quite 4:30. The guy comes to me, Uncle, but we are ready to go. We are ready to go. Okay. The lessons here. People will give you what they think you will take. People would always give you what they think you will take, or they know you will take. The most dangerous thing is the leader who is known to be reasonable. People will take advantage of you. They will push it. They will push it. They will push it. A leader has to be firm. A leader has to be tough. Don't be nasty, but you must understand that people would always want the easy way out. How did he get it ready in 15 minutes? In less than 15 minutes. But the show, my first show as Roverman would have been delayed for 1.5 hours if I had allowed him. The second lesson there, your resolve as a leader would always be tested. Would always be tested. Everybody who reports to you, everybody you relate to as a leader is always testing to see, can we get away with this? What can we get away with? And they would always push it. They get away with something, they now push for more. They push for more. They push for more. And before you realize, there's no leadership. Your leadership is gone. You've got to know how to put some of these things, people in their rightful places. A young man is getting ready to be married to the love of his life. In the days leading up to the marriage, to the wedding, he has only one problem. The kid sister of the girl he is going to marry. He's noticed that whenever he got to the house, this girl will find an excuse to go into her room and change into something very short. And then she will come and walk right in front of where he's sitting And when she gets to him, she will deliberately drop something and bend down to pick it with her back facing him. Young men, are you following the... And he's been wondering, is this accident according to plan? Or is this a girl, an innocent girl who doesn't know what she's doing? He doesn't find an answer till the eve of the wedding. He passes by the house to check to be sure that everything is in order. Gets in there and finds there's no one in the house except this girl. And the girl comes to him and says, "Thank God we are alone at long last. You know I want you, and I know you also want me. Tomorrow you become my brother-in-law, and I can't have anything to do with you, but today you are not. So if we want to do anything, this is our last and only chance. I'm going into my room, come and get me." And with that, she takes off her dress and throws it at him and runs upstairs into her room. The young man sits there, completely confused. The lady said, yeah, confused. They might be very confused. Now, Shakespeare wrote to be or not to be. This one, it was to do or not to do. He reflects on the situation for a while and shakes his head and walks out of the hall, outside to the car park where his car was parked. And as soon as he emerges from the hall onto the compound towards his car, he finds the whole family gathered outside. And they break into applause and the father says, "Congratulations. This was our test for you. We wanted to see what kind of a son-in-law you will be, what kind of husband you will be to our daughter." A young man just had escape from him because he knows he would have failed long. Wanted to see what kind of husband you will be to our daughter. This is your test. Well done, you have passed. And everybody is expecting this guy to be happy and celebrate because this is a test of a lifetime. But instead, there was this ashen look on his face, almost like he was in trauma. And he kept on saying, "Thank you, Kofi. Thank you, Kofi. Thank you, Kofi. Thank you, Kofi. Thank you, Kofi." And now the family is confused. What is this about thank you, Kofi? What the family didn't know is that it was his friend, Kofi, who taught him, always keep your condoms in your car. Some of you are lost as to what I've just said. Don't worry. Tomorrow when you are taking your bath, it will come to you. That's when you are talking to you. So that's what. Listen. Your values as a leader would always be tested and would always be challenged. And you've got to learn to rise up to it. Your example will be the thing that becomes your strength. The example you set. It is easy to tell people, do this, do this, do this, and not do it yourself. They won't mind you. People are watching you. Your example is the cue for how to behave around you and under your leadership. Your values will be tested. Do you really mean this? How many people do we know who haven't come to an office with all the fanciful pronouncements, and then in a few weeks, in a few months, in a few years, we can't recognize the person who came to the office? Now, I am going to get into a bit of dangerous grounds now. But don't worry about me. I'm 71 years old. If you get angry with me and you are rough with me, and I die on you, you'll be charged with murder. So that's insurance. The fact that I'm 71 gives me the insurance to do some of these things. When we teach people leadership, we don't tell them that it could be very dangerous. We don't. I haven't seen any leadership textbook, any leadership book that says that watch out. If you're going to be the right kind of leader, a leader who insists on principles and plays according to values, a leader who ensures that your organization is better because of you, the forces of evil will fight against you. The corrupt will fight against you. The lazy will fight against you. They will move against you. You will make enemies. You will make enemies that you are not even aware you've made enemies. And they will be looking for ways of getting rid of you or sabotaging you or putting you into trouble. It happens a lot. I used to think it happened only in Ghana. But now with what is happening in some developed countries, I know it's human nature. Maybe we need to prepare people for that. And that is why I'm coming into this area. One of your sister institutions, and I will mention the name, from 2017 to 2022, had some crazy things happening there. The vice chancellor and some of the key management staff were removed from office under all kinds of pretense. A new leadership came, looted the institution completely, messed the institution up so badly. Meanwhile, the case was in court. In 2022, the court ruled that the VC should be reinstated. Came back to find a mess, a big mess. This happened in an institution like yours. I'm not mentioning the name, but if you are if you've been in Legon this long, I'm sure you already know the institution I'm talking about. I've given you the years, so you should know. Careers were destroyed by that team who took over. Professors were humiliated. Professors. Management staff's career were destroyed. Families were ripped apart. In one case, the new VC wanted to eject somebody from his house so badly that whilst the people were living there, he sent people to go and take off the roof. And that day, it rained. It was terrible. You know why it was terrible? Because it wasn't just that man who was head, who became head, who was doing the wrong things. He couldn't have done these things alone. Everybody gave way. Everybody cooperated. Those who didn't play ball, he threw out. Just like that. Just like that. Now, it is things like that that make Ghanaian leadership in Ghana such a difficult thing, because you come into a position with all the goodwill. You come into a position with all the resolve, all the determination. I'm going to make a difference. I will leave a good name until the dangers come, until the pressure hits you. And suddenly you realize you have to make a choice. A choice between maintaining your position or being thrown out. Because unfortunately, we don't have people of principle enough to say the circumstances under which you remove that person is not right, so I will also take the position. Because whilst you are there, the person is already lobbying to take over from you. And sometimes we don't realize that when you remove me with dubious means, somebody, and you come and occupy, somebody would use the same dubious means to remove you too. It becomes a vicious cycle. And that is what we are dealing with Ghana. And that is why it is not how much we know or do not know about leadership. That is the issue. It is, if somebody is messing up, it is not because he needed more training. We've had a government in this country where all ministers were required to go through GIMPA. The president made it compulsory, mandatory. Took everybody to GIMPA for leadership training, for management training. That government is not the kind of government you and I celebrate today. Why? Leadership in Ghana does not work because we are afraid. We are afraid of what the forces of evil will do to us. We are afraid of what some people with entrenched positions will do to us. And so we become careful. We don't want to rock the boat. We want to secure our position. We don't want trouble. Especially when we are a few years to retirement, we want to retire quietly and go in peace. And so we compromise. We compromise. Well, for you, I have a little story for you. I hope that this story would inspire you not to compromise on your values. I hope it inspires you to be strong enough so that any day you look into the mirror, you will not be ashamed of the person you are seeing. Because many of us sometimes get there when we can't look ourselves in the mirror with good conscience, because we know this is not me. This is not the me who started this journey. Something has happened to me. What has happened to me? And you can't recognize yourself. 26 September 1989 was like a normal day, sunny day, bright day. I went to the office feeling very good. Very good. I was on top of the world. I was head of marketing and sales for an organization, for a company that was a leader in its field. We had about 95% of the market share. The other 5% got most of their stocks from us. Anyway, we were dominant on the market and we were doing well. I was doing well. How do I know I was doing well? I received letters from the board commending me for my work. The company had expanded. We had expanded our reach even more. Morale of staff at the highest level. From my tenure, there used to be a very high turnover of staff. From the moment I got in there had been no turnover. People were happy to be working in this organization. So that morning, when I drove into the compound, there was nothing to tell me what was going to go on that day. This was about 7:30. At 9 o'clock, my intercom rings. My boss. James, when you are free, pass by my office. Now, when my boss calls me and says, when you are free, for my boss, I am always free. So I drop everything and hurry to his office. I enter his office, and here is the acting chairman of the board, who is my mentor. He's a man I loved and admired. So I smile at him. He did not smile back. Maybe that should have been the cue. I should have taken a cue there. But I knew I couldn't be in trouble, not me. And then, without any smile on the man's face, he picks a letter from my boss. Here, James, this is for you. Something about his attitude chilled my blood, so I opened the letter right there. I couldn't wait to get out. I opened it. Heading of the letter, summary dismissal. 9 atrocious charges were leveled against me, and I had been fired with immediate effect. I had no clue it was coming. I had not received any warnings, no queries out like that. Now, if you read that letter, you will not like me, because when I read it, I didn't like me. I mean, what kind of criminal is this that can be guilty of these atrocious charges? The only thing is that I knew none of these was true. I was out. I remember saying to them before I walked out, I said, whoever is behind this, I want the person to know I forgive you. And then I walked out. By 9:30, I was back home. Now, you must know, I have always run a single income family, a single income household. I'm the only one who earns money in my household. In addition to that, I had an ailing mother to take care of. And I had kid brothers, younger brothers in school I was taking care of. And I was out. Got home, and of course, my wife is in the house. Hey, Ebo, what's happening? I've been fired. Now, today, when I talk about this story, you see me now and think that, well, okay, well, no big deal, right? No. Let me tell you how traumatic it was. I was traumatized, totally traumatized. And I'm going to tell you how traumatic it was. It was so traumatic for me that when I got home and I went to the washroom to pee, I couldn't find my Kojo Mensah. Kojo Mensah had hidden. The men here, you know how much of a coward Kojo Mensah is. Kojo Mensah will get you into trouble. Well, when you are in trouble, he's the first one who will run away. So I am standing in the washroom looking at this vanished Kojo Mensah and say, hey, Kojo, Jankwasa Semino. I have been fired, but you have not been fired. In fact, now your job is going to be even higher. And, you're going to be busier now. So come out and Najang Jimmy, That's how traumatic it was. I was home for 1.5 years. Single income home. And yet, in those 1.5 years, my household and I had more to eat every day than we ever did when I was working. We fed more people when I was home than when I was working, because people hear that, oh, have you heard what has happened to Brother White? And then they will come home to try to visit you. And Ghanaians, when they visit you, they have visited you. Do you understand me? We are not a people who visit and go. We visit and sit. So there were people who visit before breakfast. So when there's breakfast, you have to include them. And then they would be there for lunch. And so lunchtime too. Ghanaians, we haven't built a habit of eating and telling people, excuse me, we are eating. We'll be with you later. We haven't learned that. If you did that, your name will not be nice in the society. Every day that we ran, it was almost as if there was someone who was monitoring our stocks in the kitchen. Anytime we run out of stocks, we'll wake up in the morning and somebody had left stocks, something at the door. Rice, oil, things like that. Every day, every time we were running out, there'll be something out there. And so I built a habit of whenever I wake up and I'm opening the front door, I know there will be, so I'm always looking down there. The first Christmas that I was home after my dismissal, I wake up in the morning and say, oh, Rade. When I was working, Christmas, now I'm home. I do not know what we're going to do for Christmas. And just as I finished praying, Florence runs in. Ebo, come and see, come and see, come and see, come and see. She drags me outside. Now, we lived in a house with a gate and with a security man, with a watchman. There was a tree in the center of the house, and there was the biggest white sheep I ever saw tied to the tree. So I asked him, Brahma, who bring him? He said, Master, I no see him. That is how come that on that Christmas, the first Christmas I was home, as a dismissed and disgraced official, we had a big sheep for our Christmas celebration. The provision went on like that till the day I got another job, 1.5 years later, and then it stopped. Since then, I haven't seen any supply again. Even now, still, even today, if I'm the first to open my front door, I always look down and see, perchance, if it has happened again. It has not happened again since that day. But there was provision. The man who was used to get the board to take that decision against me was an auditor. He was a partner of the auditing firm, the external auditing firm of the company. He was a Christian. One of my mentors as well. This man made sure he followed me everywhere I went after I had found my feet. I went to work with First African Group Limited. That's the company run by Mr. Dazi and his wife, Gifty Afenyi Dazi. The man wrote, the auditor, wrote on the letterhead of the company and says, it has come to our notice that you have employed Mr. James Ebo White. We think it is our duty to let you know he's a criminal and was fired by this company, and it will be in your interest to let him go, to dismiss him. What he didn't know is that I had already briefed Mr. Dazi about my circumstances. I was in court to free myself, to clear my name. Mr. Dazi calls me to his office. Mr. White, one coffee says we're Christopher. Your people, you told me they were Christians. I said, yeah, they are Christians. Also, go and draft a response and bring. I'll sign. Come on. Years later, I went to work for Kena Pharma as a general manager for Kena Pharma. I don't know how this one heard that I was at Kena Pharma. He wrote to Mr. Kofi Nsiapoku, the owner of Kena Pharma, same words. It's come to our attention that you have employed Mr. James Ebo White. It is our duty to inform you he is a criminal who was fired from this company. It will be in your interest to fire him. Kofi Nsia also calls me. Said, Mr. White, I'm calling for den yomo. I said, I'm going to let it be a matro. Cultural reply, Brown, I mean, I went to work with Vodi Technique Motors. Those of you old enough, you remember it was we were the principal agents of VW, Audi, and Skoda. He wrote to Mr. Taylor Senior, same words. Mr. Taylor also calls me because wherever I went, I always gave my background and I showed them. So they knew. So it didn't come to them as a surprise that I've been fired from here. So he also says, Mr. White, what have you done to these people? Why wouldn't they let you be? So I don't know. He said, look at the stupid letter they have, but you go and do your work. I'm going to throw it away. That man. Years later, it took me years. Remember, I've been home for 1.5 years. The first job I did, I had to take a salary that was about 1/3 of what I was taking previously, before I was dismissed. Now, but God gradually began to restore me. Then, one day, I get an invitation from the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences to be to chair a function on their behalf. So I get there at the British Council. I get to the British Council on time, and the Secretary General tells me, Uncle Bo, you would wait, and then when we are set, all of us who will be on the high table will process in together. So fine. So I'm standing in the foyer of the British Council waiting. Those of you who know British Council, you know that when you get out of your car and you enter the first door you enter, that's the lobby. So I am standing there, and then I see this man walking, coming in. And immediately I knew this is going to be interesting. And true to form, he sees me standing in the foyer of British Council and said, "Hey, Ebo, what are you doing here?" At British Council. "Hey, Ebo, what are you doing here?" And I said, "Oh, sir," I put my hands behind me. I said, "Oh, sir, the Academy of Arts for program in a miss me baby, maybe I be. As for us, some of us, we've got special invitation. We are, and you know, our seats have been reserved for us. And see you later." And then he walks in to sit down. I'm still standing there. God has a sense of humor. Because God made sure he came in time to see what was going to happen. Then the Secretary General comes to me and says, "Uncle Bo, we are ready." So, now, you know Academy of Arts and Sciences? Everybody there is a big professor. Do you understand me? Everybody. Professor Emeritus. And so, I am walking behind them. My hands still behind me. No, the British Council, you enter through the back like that. So people are seated facing the podium, but you come this way, down, and then you turn, and the stairs here and there, just like here. I hope you get a picture. My man, my honorable tormentor, is sitting where Madame is sitting. But because the professors were coming in, everybody was on his feet. So the first professor turns and gets there, and he sees the professor, and he bows to the professor. And he's beaming with smile. He is happy to be in the same room with that professor. Do you understand me? He feels honored that on occasion where a man like this will be present, he has a special invitation. He bows. Next professor, even bigger than the one before. He bows even lower. His smile is getting bigger and bigger. Another professor. By this time, he's in heaven. Do you understand me? He's in heaven. He is among people who he had admired from a distance. But they are here, and they are walking in front of him. And then, behind them was me. And then, he still has a smile on his face. Do you understand? So he's been so busy with the big professors he's seen and enjoy, that he doesn't look down the line. Do you understand? So he sees me, and then he goes, "Hey, and then he holds himself. Mid-sentence. His mouth open. I pretend I wasn't looking at him, and I follow, and I come. Here. By this time, all the professors are standing. I go and stand there. I have indicated there's a seat in the middle for me. So I go and stand in front of the seat. And I'm standing with them because the professors are standing. Who am I to sit? Do you understand me? Then the Secretary General comes to me and whispers, "Uncle Bo, if you don't sit down, nobody will sit down." So I sit down. The man's mouth still open. You know, there's a Bible passage. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of my enemies. Except that I don't think you've reflected on it well enough. What are your enemies doing when you are at table? Because your enemies won't eat with you. They are not there to eat with you. What are they doing when you are at table? For the answer, you go to Nehemiah to find out what happens when people are in your presence when you are eating. It's because they are there to serve you. So whenever you read that thing, thou preparest a table before me in the presence of my enemies, remember this. Anyone who decides that I don't like you, I'm your enemy, he has just enrolled himself as your servant. I'm sharing this story with you for you to understand this. Do the best you can. Honor God. Honor your conscience. Honor your values. Honor your vision. And if you have to pay the price, don't be afraid, because God knows how to take care of his people. He took care of me. And when his time was up, oh, God did show. So don't be afraid. Because the consideration, hey, if I get into trouble now, if they fire me, what am I going to do? What am I going home to do? Don't worry. You honor God, he will take care of that. I know. I've experienced it. And he honored me and lifted me in the very presence of the one man who had hounded me through at least 3 companies. There was a 4th one that I haven't mentioned. In that company, he got his way. But it doesn't matter. Many of us are too concerned about the human beings. Don't fear human beings. Don't fear them. Look to God, the God who's brought you this far. Many of you have come this very far, haven't you? He didn't bring you this far to leave you. He didn't bring you this far to abandon you. What we need in our time are leaders who know their God and are not afraid. What we need are leaders who know that even when you knock me down 7 times, I'll still rise again 7 times. You're not going to keep me down, because God is not finished. Ghana needs leaders who know that as long as I honor God and I serve God, as long as I am true to the position that I hold, because all work belongs to God, I am okay. God will take care of me. He will take care of my children. He will take care of my home. I pray that you will find the courage to play your role as you need to do without fear, because God is on your side. Once again, I'd like to thank you for having me. I appreciate this. I feel honored. And I've made 2 promises. And I'll keep my promises. I hope you keep yours as well. But for now, may God bless and protect every one of you. May he watch over your health, watch over your homes, your families. May your marriages be protected of him. May your children make you proud every day. May your health be secured in his hand. May your career blossom. May you know fulfillment. May your schedule prosper because you are there. May it be said that when you were here, things change for the better. May you leave a legacy wherever God places you. And if you've been watching my play, you know how I end my plays. The single ladies here, may God save you from foolish men. Especially foolish men who also don't have money. Because if the man is foolish and he has money, a balance so you better scan out to rare. But with Jimmy no nisi kansua, hey my goodness. The young men here who are not married, may God save you from silly girls who chop your money and run away. Especially silly girls who are also not beautiful. Because my friends, Oban Honye Feso Brofua, ye beer. Thank you very much.
So we invite the registrar, Madame Emilia J. Mensah, and then the chair of the planning committee.
Thank you so much, Uncle Abu. Those were indeed very, very weighty words and a lot of food for thought. We are most grateful and we are most privileged that you honored our invitation and joined us this morning. Thank you so much.
So let's give it up to them as they take their seats. Thank you so much. Leadership is everything. To do or not to do. Whatever it takes, your values as a leader will always be tested. So let's all be mindful of that. And then, okay, so let's get out as it takes. So those who are writing letters in their minds, please stop. So he also promised us that if you are here, it means that you can have a waiver. What it means is that if you have not registered, you are out of competition. So please, let's take time to do it now whilst we prepare for the next speaker. Thank you so much. So next on the agenda is we are going to have the Registrar of GIMPA, Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration, Dr. Victoria Kumbo, and she's going to speak to us on the topic Beyond the Desk, Enhancing Customer Service for Excellent Stakeholder Experience. Profile of Madam. Dr. Victoria Kumbo was appointed in September 2022 as Secretary to GIMPA, so the Registrar of GIMPA, Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration, and indeed the first woman to hold this position since the institute establishment. Let's give it up for her. As Registrar, Dr. Kumbo has worked closely with senior management to drive GIMPA's transformation agenda under its strategic plan 2022 to 2027, championing a digitalization project that promotes a paperless, technology-driven administrative environment. Prior to her current role, she served as GIMPA's Director of Human Resource Management, where she led significant policy reforms in staff development, performance management, and conditions of service. Her initiatives helped to strengthen accountability, productivity, and service quality across the institute. She has also led and spoken at several high-level engagements, including a customer service roundtable for executive management of the African University College of Communication, AUCC. She also served as a speaker during the orientation program for newly appointed vice chancellors, rectors, registrars, deans, and directors of the University of Media, Arts and Communication, UNIMAC, and performance management for human resource team of UNIMAC. Her 18-year career at GIMPA combines administrative leadership with a passion for people-centered service delivery. Dr. Victoria Kumbo holds a PhD in Human Resource Studies and Adult Education from the University of Ghana, a master's degree in Training and Human Resource Development from the University of Warwick in the UK, and a BA Secretaryship and Diploma in Education from the University of Cape Coast, and a postgraduate diploma in Customer Management from the Institute of Customer Service in Accra. She is a full member of the Institute of Human Resource Management Practitioners, Ghana. Of course, she has interests, and these include reading and giving motivational talks that inspire excellence and professionalism in the service delivery. Please do well to read her profile from the brochure. And let's welcome my own Madam, Mrs. Victoria, Dr. Mrs. Victoria Kumbo.
Thank you very much, Ransford, for those kind words. The registrar who has just stepped out, colleague, senior members, please permit me to stand on established protocols. Good morning to you all. First of all, I'd like to thank Madam Registrar for the privilege given me to be here to share with you some thoughts and ideas based on my experience with you as a university administrator. I say it's a privilege because there are so many registrars and more seasoned speakers like Uncle Lebu, whom she could have invited, and whom she invited by giving me the privilege. I don't take it for granted. And I was also asking myself why the planning was such that I should have come before Uncle Lebu, so that we'll enjoy the stories and go, because coming after Uncle Lebu is a difficult task, but we'll do our best, God being our helper. Great. So the topic has already been mentioned, and in terms of presentation, the objectives, don't worry, when I get to 70 years, I'll speak extempo. And now I'm not there yet, so we'll be guided by our slides and our objectives, but it will be interactive, I hope. So for this presentation, the key things that I plan to cover or to share with you under the theme understanding the concept of customer service, customer and customer service. We'll look at the traditional and modern view of customer service, what stakeholder experience means, and then we identify key service mindsets and practices. And then, of course, we would look at what strategies to enhance our stakeholder interaction. It's not going to be theoretical, but at least we need a map to guide our conversation. All right. So before I move on, there is this wind that is blowing, and for all of us in the tertiary education sector, we know that resource constraints and then the global challenges have necessitated that universities adopt business-like approaches to working, to running affairs. Apart from the fact that government support, especially for public universities, yes, GIMPA is public, but we are subvented, so we are more public-private, kind of. So apart from the fact that the resources are dwindling, funding sources are drying up, we also have students and stakeholders who are more aware now, very savvy because of technology. And so you cannot just continue as business as usual. Gone are the days when everything was funded by government. So even for those who are on government subvention, it's important that you generate funds internally. And so there are all kinds of innovative ways of doing that. Now, what that means is that we cannot continue doing things the way we want to do them, or we have always done them. So someone asked, why are we referring to students as customers? They are customers because we render service to them. And so we'll have to look at this within our context and see how we can address some of the issues so that we will improve as we go on. And I found this quote from Maya Angelou very appropriate for our discussion, and that people may forget what you said in your interaction with them, but they will never forget how you made them feel. So the whole idea about stakeholder experience, about customer service, it borders on how the person feels when he or she leaves your presence. How does a person feel when they have an interaction with you or have an interaction with our institutions? And so it's important that we look at this holistically. And when I looked at the topic beyond the desk, customer service, in my thinking, beyond the desk is, yes, beyond the front desk, but now we are not looking at the front desk of just the admin person, the administrator, but we are looking at the front desk, or we are looking at beyond the desk of those in high authority, beyond the desk of executive management. And so my presentation, I am kind of wearing two hats. I am speaking as an administrator, and I will also speak as one in management. What does it mean to go beyond the desk and ensure customer service and stakeholder experience? So who is a customer? I know that with our smartphones, once you point or you type in there, you will find out who a customer is. But I picked some few thoughts just to guide our conversations. Anyone who uses your output, the output of your work, the end user of your service or product is your customer. Now, this means that all of us are customers to one another, because your department uses the output of another department. Your output becomes input for another department, right? So what HR does becomes input for finance, because if you don't give information on staff data, who is here, finance may not have the adequate information to work with. And so that first point alone tells us that internally we are customers to one another. And so when we are talking about customer service, let's not look too far away. But even within the department, one person's work informs the other person's job that they do. So if we look at it within that context, our conversation will give us more food for thought. It's far beyond a buyer. So we tend to look at the customer. Okay, so you go to the market and you are buying. So they refer to you as a customer. But when customer service, or when we're talking about customer within this context, we are looking at beyond just being a buyer, where there is a transaction. So the person buys, gives you your money, and that ends it. Someone comes to school, they pay their fees, we give them tuition, they leave, case closed. No, a customer is beyond that. And we'll look into the, as we advance in our conversation, we'll understand what that means. And the customer is the most important person to come into your university, whether they come in person, whether you encounter them on the phone, via email, social media avenues, face-to-face, or wherever. Once they come into your university, the person or organization is your customer. You know, sometimes when we're dealing with people face-to-face, it's different from when they are on the phone, because you're not seeing them. And so sometimes we don't give the courtesies that we would give if the person were standing before us. You walk into a situation, you are standing before someone, and the officer is on the phone, and you are standing and say, I am coming here, I'm on the phone. And the conversation they are having, you can tell that this is not business. It is not official. It is a conversation discussing a wedding event, a dress that someone was wearing, and where the tailor can be found, or how they missed their road. So you know that this conversation is not official. All right? And so that's what I'm trying to say, that the most important person. Ask yourself, when you get up and you drive, we all come to work. Why are we coming to work? We're coming to work to serve someone. Whether the person is a student, an external client, or we're coming to serve. And so that alone should give us a sense that this person or organization we're serving is that important to merit you getting up, leaving your house, making the effort to look good, to be there. And so that's why the customer is the most important person. It's that person who ultimately pays your salary. Yes, government pays you, pays us, because maybe we are on government payroll. But you know what? That money that comes through government is money that has come from other sources that people have contributed. And so, because we are public, and this is public service, we are, as a university, we are providing a public service. And so, whoever has contributed to paying us for that public service that we are rendering, that person is our customer. And so if that person or organization is every individual who works in there, because somehow, some way, somehow, they contribute either through taxes, through whatever it means that government gets its money to pay us. It means that anybody who walks into the university, walks into your office, that person is contributing to the salary that you earn. And for those of us who are fee paying and depend on fees, it means that every single student's fee that we collect is the reason why at the end of the month you are looking forward to that alert from finance to tell you that money has gone into your account. Now, if somebody is paying you, if somebody is the one who determines whether your bills will be paid, whether your school fees, your children's fees will be paid, I don't think this is a person you mess around with. Customer service is not a desk. It's an experience. It is not a department. It is everyone's job. In some institutions, you have it labeled customer service department, yes, or you have customer service coordinator, fine. It's a designation. Maybe that person or that office is supposed to coordinate what goes on. But customer service is everyone's job. Customer service is the VC's job. Customer service is the council's job. It is everyone from top to bottom. You know, sometimes when I'm invited to share views, and then normally they'll say, come and talk to the front desk people. They don't understand. Customer service, they are giving us trouble. So it is the frontline people who are perceived as having responsibility for ensuring good customer service in the university. Well, I have a different view, and I think that the view out there is different. They may be the frontline persons, but if customer service has to work, it needs to be strategic. It starts from the strategic level, where the conversations are had, and we'll come to that. Yesterday, Teacher Baole gave us a very good presentation on customers, on leadership, and how administrators should do well to give good service and all that. That is very good. But you see, in this customer service conversation, in the universities and in most organizations, we tend to limit it to the administrators, and we'll come to look at it. Yes, we are the frontliners, we implement the policies and all that. But I'll give you an example. If those who keep our washrooms clean are not provided the materials, the chemicals, the gadgets to keep the place clean, and then the students and the visitors come and there are complaints that the place is unhygienic, the first thing that we are likely to do is to call the officer in charge of estates and whatever. And if he or she is not lucky, you serve them a query. Explain why disciplinary action should not be taken against you for not keeping the washrooms tidy. Nobody thinks instantly that, can we check, are there supplies? Now the poor housekeeper doesn't buy supplies. Somebody makes a decision to buy the supplies. So we need to begin to think about customer service beyond just the surface. Oh, okay. Thank you. So yes, it is not a department. It is everyone's job. And so as we prepare the job descriptions, we'll come to look at that. As we do the work plans, as we prepare all those documents and things we put together, do we think customer service when we are preparing the job descriptions? HR. Because you see, HR facilitates the bringing of everybody into the organization. Are there elements in those documents that we give out that will task people, that will task our staff to demonstrate certain behaviors that will promote customer service, that will delight our people, the clients and the stakeholders with it? It is an attitude, and I believe that since yesterday, this has been emphasized. Uncle Lebo emphasized it this morning. Customer service is an attitude. You know, for those who have been privileged to travel by air, maybe the international airlines, because our local airlines, they don't do it very well, in my view. And apologies if anyone is here. I don't mean to, I'm just trying to, yes. But you see, the air hostess or the air crew on international airlines which was that repute, the attitude towards customers is perfect. When you are on board, whatever they will do to make you comfortable, they do it. They smile if they have to, because their job requires them to smile. It doesn't matter whether they are upset, even when your children are, when you're traveling with kids, and these kids are worrying them and disturbing them, they are still nice. Oh, don't worry, you know. Your child can even pull somebody's dress and they're, oh, hello, no. Now, you go out of that flight and let your child pull the person's dress. The behavior is going to be different. But as far as the job is concerned, some kind of attitude is required. It's required. And so it is an attitude. And for us to do well, we need to put up that attitude that supports the service quality that we want. Customer service, in brief, is everything you do as a university or a company, and everything that the university doesn't do or the company doesn't do to create personally pleasing, memorable interactions. So it's about creating pleasing, memorable, so that when the person leaves your presence or leaves the university, when they remember that interaction, it will be a pleasurable memory. It will be a memory that excites them. Like yesterday when Prof shared with us, Prof Baoli shared with us that you meet someone somewhere and they are so happy, they are hugging you. That is a kind of interaction that customer service is all about. That yes, memories will be created, but those memories should be pleasant ones. It's not that when the person says that, that university, I'll never come there. Or when he said, someone asks, is this person still there? That is not a memory that you can describe as pleasurable. Okay. And customer service is a company's business mission. Yesterday, I had to leave early for another equally important assignment, so I missed the session on the UG strategic plan review. But as I mentioned, customer service starts from the top. So your company's mission statement has a great influence on the systems and operations and practices, how you go about your customer service, and the stakeholder experience. What does your mission statement say? What does your vision say? If we say we are a center of excellence and our processes are nothing that reflect excellence, then it means we are deceiving the entire world and deceiving ourselves by our vision and mission statements. Because your mission statement is your promise to the world. And so when they go to your website, or they go to my university's website, whatever is there is what we are telling the world that we are. We're telling the world that if you come to GIMPA, you will have excellent experience. That if you come to UG, what's your mission? Please, what's your vision statement? You know, normally when I have the opportunity to deal with smaller groups, before we start, I ask you, do you remember what your vision statement is? At least, in essence, what is it? Because if you don't know what your university's mission statement is, if you don't know the vision, it's likely you are busy, but busy doing nothing. It's likely that you are busy. You are hardworking, but you may be working against the mission or the vision. So it's important that for customer service, we look at what the mission, what is it about? Because that is what would influence the systems and operations. If we say that we want to be a center of excellence, it means that the systems that we put in place must lead everyone or demand of every employee excellence. It means that the systems that we put in place must make sure that there are resources and things that will make the staff work, so that when there is need for transcripts to be issued, there isn't a case that we don't have paper, or the printer has broken down, or someone has gone on leave and there is no one to take their place, so we'll have to wait for the person to return from leave. Yet we have written that we are a center of excellence. You know, sometimes they sue people for fraud. I think one of these days, someone will sue for fraud. That's what we put out there. We don't live by it. Again, it is corporate strategy. It's not an activity. So the strategy that you reviewed, I was happy when I heard, I came in at the time that the IMS persons rep was doing their presentation, and I was happy to hear that in terms of IMS stuff, the IT stuff, they have got some good results to show in terms of the monitoring of the implementation of the strategic plan. And then there was a presenter who talked about the farm, hospital, and all that. But even in those presentations, they mentioned that the need for additional human resource, a need for staff, which means that as we monitor these feedback that we get, we need to work with it. If truly we are committed to the strategic plan. Yes, sometimes for some of our universities, because everyone must have a strategic plan, it is good to develop one. So we have it to tick the box. We have a strategic plan as a university. But are we really fueling it the way we should to get results? So whatever business, a business must begin with the concerns of the customer and remain at the forefront of the corporate strategy and planning. That's why when I started, I said, at the council level, is stakeholder experience, is customer service a key matter there? Because that will inform the corporate strategy. Now, the perception in customer satisfaction, you see, someone has a perception about your university, about my university. It's a good place. We see the walls. We've painted them white and blue. Your colors are also blue, eh? Yes. So they are we paint them, they are well painted and all that. We come in here. This place is beautiful, big auditorium and all that. So it's nice. So there's a perception. And then based on the perception, we say, okay, then I'll make a decision to come to UMAT, go to KNUST, and all that. So the person makes a decision. And based on that decision, again, based on the perception, the person makes a decision to join our university, either as a student or a stakeholder, do whatever business they want to do with us. So they take that action. Now, when they come, they have an experience. And whatever experience that the individual gets, then will inform another perception. It either reaffirms what they have seen, or they have the perception they had before joining, or it will tell them the reality. Whether this was a scam or it was just a shell, there's some, is it empty tombs or something like that? Everything in there is dead. So if the perception is formed, then the perception is reinformed. So I'm sure it's common for you to hear sometimes that a student will say, I will never come to this university. I am finished. I won't even advise my enemy to come here. They say that out of the experience that they have had, before joining, they had a positive perception. Now the experience is not supporting that. So you realize that as a university, if you take the student side, for example, the entire student cycle, whatever experiences that the student encounters, even before coming in, how easy is it to navigate our website? How is it to apply, to get admission, the payment system that has been put in place? Now, when they come in, the teaching, how is it done? Just last week, a matter was brought to my attention that a student wrote a petition actually to my office to investigate what allegedly abuse in the class by a lecturer. And I'm not talking about sexual abuse, but this is verbal abuse. Now, students are adult students. And adult learning approaches are what we are required to use in teaching them. The way you teach adults is different. And so, yes, the handbook provides rules. Don't take pick calls in your class, don't come in late, and all that. But when somebody, a student, walks into the class late, I believe there is a better way to deal with that situation than just to scream and yell at the student. Now, this is a CEO of another huge company. Yes, you're standing there as the lecturer. A student is always a student, as I was told when I was doing my PhD. And so you need to be aware of that. However, remember that this student is a human being and has dignity. The fact that they have enrolled on a program in your university doesn't take that dignity away from them. And so the student got offended, embarrassed, and had to petition. When I tried to engage the lecturer said, once you walk into his class, even if you are the president of Ghana, you are a student. And you will treat you like a student. So, now when this student leaves, and then we say alumni contribute to support your alma mater, you think this person will willingly support? That's why I say that sometimes the customer service, we harass the little fishes, the administrators there. This lecturer is a professor. Who will tell a professor that the way you teach is wrong? So we all dance around the issue. But if it were a smaller person, query will go. If you are not careful, suspension will come in. So the entire system has to be looked at, so that we are holding everybody accountable. The academic track, the administrators, we all must live up to a certain expectation that would help us to achieve this stakeholder experience that we are trying to create in our universities, and a good customer service culture. So for an institution to achieve good customer service, have enhanced stakeholder experience, we need to ensure that it is customer focused. Customer focus instead of in-focus institution. An in-focus institution looks at satisfying the hierarchy, the structure. So you have the VC or rector up there, most important human being, priority is given in terms of all resources. Because I'm sure if the light in the VC's office goes off, the bulb is dead, whether a state has impressed or not, it will be fixed same day. If bulbs in the classroom are not there, we are waiting for stock to replace. If the chair in the registrar's office is broken, by the next day procurement is tasked to initiate a process to replace it. The chairs in the classroom are not there. We are going through procurement and it's taking us 1 year. The registrar's car is broken and we are fixing it the same day because the transport director reports to the registrar's office. The student bus has been broken down for a year, for a month. We are waiting for approval to buy the parts. And so for us to be able to change this, if really we are serious about stakeholder experience, giving positive customer experience to our students, so that the transformation that we are trying to bring into our universities, if we want that to happen, it means that we need to be customer-focused institutions, where we put the staff who deal directly with the student as priority. That's why I said this conversation is to myself as management and then as a staff. Because if we put the staff as priority, and there is no spending officer here. Registrar, I don't know whether here you are spending officer, but in most of the universities, the spending officers are the VCs and the pro-VCs. You see, the front, because the moment of truth is when the frontline person gets in touch with the students, comes into contact with the student or the external person or the stakeholder they are dealing with. And so if that staff does not have the equipment to work with, the moment of truth, the experience will be negative. There are frontliners who require mobile phones just to make calls, official calls. Getting it for them is like asking for life. Yet these are the people who engage our students. We are talking about speedy delivery of service. And yet basic tools for the staff to work with, we are not. We cannot be a customer-oriented institution in this modern day without investing in those kinds of things. Because if we don't do that, then that moment of truth, the truth will be a negative one. So yes, the staff there are placed first, and we provide, or we're expected to provide them what they need to work. If we haven't, we need to reflect on that. Otherwise, there'll be a problem. Otherwise, we may be tickling ourselves and laughing that we are doing some kind of customer service. I'm not saying that the top people, because I am also there, so I'm not saying don't give us comfort or we shouldn't give ourselves comfort. But you see, I am registrar because there is a student. We have students and there's a university. My sister, Auntie Emilia, is registrar because we have a university and students come to. But if the students decide not to come because services are poor, because facilities are not there, that car that the university has bought for me that I am driving in, it doesn't make sense. So we need to rethink our priorities. That's what this slide is about. So I should share with you traditional view. Who is helping me with the slides? Could you move? I think I am faster than you. Okay. So there's traditional view and modern view of customer service, the various aspects that we're talking about. If you take the traditional view, in terms of purpose, customer service is to fix customer problems after they occur. So it's more reactive. The issue happens and then we address it and we fix it. But the modern view of customer service, you create positive, seamless experiences that prevent the problems from coming in the first place. You are proactive. So we know that school is reopening in September or so. Then at the beginning of the year, we know that there are classrooms that need to be fixed. We know that staff-student ratio is low. We know that electrical wires and things need to be done. We know that some washrooms have been locked up and students do not have access. We know all those things. Being proactive and creating positive, seamless experience will mean that before September comes, we should be able to address and fix all these things. The reality is, sometimes, some of us in our universities, we don't. You see, one of the reasons why sometimes it's difficult to get students to give you feedback, those evaluation forms, end of course evaluation. They feel the issues, they go home, they come back, it's the same. There was an instance where a student decided, that was a class, that they won't feel the evaluation, they won't complete the evaluation forms. And I asked them why. They said, Madam, we have sat in this class for 3 years. When we came here one, we reported that the board had a problem. We reported that these electrical wires have been hanging. Madam, we are going to final year. It has not been fixed. So we just feel and you go and put them down, you don't do anything. So go and look into the old ones. The issues that are there, address them, because we don't have anything more to tell you. So being proactive means that we're able to anticipate the needs and engage before they realize they come. In terms of focus, for the traditional university, traditional view of customer service is transactional. You solve one issue, you close it. The person goes, that's it. Modern view of customer service is relational. You build trust and long-term. That is when, if after the person has received the service and gone, there is a follow-up to get feedback on how it worked. Some companies, when you deal with them, they will send you messages to ask you what the feedback is. In some places, they even build a database, and from time to time, they send you messages. Maybe end of year, they send greetings. I know that our student numbers are huge, and you may not be able to do all these things, but there are, these days with technology, there are mechanisms to reach people. It's just implanting yourself in the customer or the stakeholder's mind, that connection. In the traditional view, customer service is a support function, but in the modern view, it's a strategic function, as I explained. Under the traditional, we are interested in measuring metrics like call time. How many minutes did you spend on the call? How many calls did you receive in a day? But when we come to the modern view, it's more about the experience. The call may have lasted 3 minutes. Was the person satisfied? Were you able to answer questions properly? Was the engagement productive, professional, and respectful? Some of us, and I said this is a conversation to family members, because I belong to the family of administrators. Some of us, the way we talk to stakeholders is not good. We know it. This one, there are no academics here that will say we are shy. We know. It happens in my university, it happens in other universities, we know. I have had an experience where someone spoke to me because I had misplaced my student tag card and I needed the card to access something. So I went to the office to say, oh, I have been asked to come here for you. Why did you lose your card? Why did I lose my card? What has that got to do with you? I've been asked to come for you to replace the card for me. I paid the fee for replacement. So if I come and you are busy and I am there, maybe I just added to the numbers. So you feel pressured, but you've forgotten that I paid a fee that is going to be added to your money, the salary that you get. He asked me, and this was during my PhD time. And I looked at the staff. I was like, hey, Tafracha, the secretary in my office will not talk to me like this. Then we had the interaction. So I said, oh, I don't know how I lost it, but I lost it. They said, then you have to wait. You have to wait. These are fresh people. When I finish dealing with them, then I'll get you. I said, okay. So I walked to a colleague in the department who was working there. And I said, something is wrong here. It happens in my university too, but I think we need to do something to fix it as administrators, because I don't think that was the best way to handle my case. Then this person walks up to, hey, do you know that she's a senior member in another university? Oh, madam, I'm sorry. I said, that is what I don't like. You mustn't know who the person is. You mustn't know who the person is before you serve them. It shouldn't be the case that someone must call the registrar to prompt for a transcript to be issued. It shouldn't be the case. So if you don't know anybody in the system, what happens to you? What happens to you? You know, there are people who are doing their best in our universities. But there are some of us who need to think, rethink. And that is where we would need systems to hold those who are refusing to do the right thing accountable. There has to be accountability somehow. And this is where supervision comes in. Supervision is a job of trust. And I believe all of us here are supervisors, maybe. So what it is that the university trusts that as a supervisor or director or head of department, you will ensure that your direct reports do what is required of them. How well do we do that? You know, we are all crying, looking for new appraisal systems. We are looking for softwares to assess our staff in a more effective way. The reason is because you and I, at the end of the year, we appraise everybody excellent. Yet, the university is not excellent. Service delivery is poor. So where are the ghosts who come there to mess up the universities for us? So if we're talking about customer service, it's not one person's job. Every one of us in here, we have a role to play. As has been mentioned, yes, leadership is key. And you demonstrate that leadership by showing love, but being firm and holding people accountable. You must lead by example. If the time you're supposed to report for work is 8 and you come in at 10 or 9 because you are the boss and the university has provided a car to facilitate your coming to work, yet you come in late, it will become difficult for you to enforce the attendance regime. It will become difficult because the example is not matching your words and the rules that you are supposed to implement. So who are our stakeholders? They are external and internal. External are clients, partners, vendors, students, customers. So students are part of our stakeholders. And our regulators, the GTEC and then the others. The internal are our colleagues, supervisors, our direct reports, and our support staff. Now, from what I have said so far, it means that each of these groups deserve and require excellent service. So when we look at customer service and stakeholder experience, customer service, as I mentioned, is transactional, short-term, it's procedure-driven. This is what the procedure says. We are doing it this way. That's what it is. Once you finish with the procedure, that is it. You want a transcript, we've issued you the transcript. How we have done it, fine. We're supposed to serve you notice. When we send it to you, doesn't matter. An email comes through. How many days it takes for you to respond to the email, it doesn't matter. You begin a process. It goes to the next department. Follow-up is not done. Because you have done your part, it has gone to the next department. They should do their part. And so when a question is asked, how far? Oh, I've finished. I sent it to them. You are pushing paper. You are pushing paper. You are not outcome-oriented. If you are outcome-oriented, you'll be more responsive. You see, sometimes what is priority to you is not priority to the other person. And so for your unit or for you, for your schedule, this job must end for your schedule to be complete. So yes, it is the duty of the finance people, once a request has gone, for them to process and pay. But you see, that lecturer is from your department. That lecturer is a customer to your department. And so it is in the interest of your department to follow up to ensure that finance has done the needful. That doesn't mean finance should sleep and wait that they should. For if the system works, we should be able to time and know that this will be here for this number of days, that will be there for the number of days. So we come back to systems. Do we have systems in place to do this? It's not enough to just start the process, push it, and then forget about it. There was a very pleasant experience that I was privileged to know. A student had completed, was in the Netherlands, was applying for a program somewhere. Very short notice, as they normally would do. Wrote to academic registry that they needed their transcript. The pressure was on. This student left a long time ago when we were using the legacy system. Now we've moved to something different. But the directorate, the officers who were responsible, went through the trouble of finding this person's records. Make sure they were missing. Somewhere, but they found the records. To the extent that someone had to come to work on Saturday to find the records so that we could give, because this student was desperate. Calls were coming from wherever. And when you are a registrar, everybody believes that their problem has to be solved by you. And so there are such pleasant stories that we have, which we must commend and celebrate. At the same time, there are some that are not too good. And the not too good one, again, just this year, a parent succeeded in getting scholarship for the ward. And the ward needed to get their transcript. The transcript unit was able to generate it, only for us to realize that a lecturer had failed to enter their scores. And so the desperate mother calls back. So why didn't the lecturer enter? Because this is from last semester. A new semester has started and I need to get this. And we can't send the incomplete transcript. You call to follow up, Dean, this lecturer has not, oh, that's an adjunct. That's how he is. We've been trying to get him. We can't get him. So if you have been trying to get him, you don't get, why do you keep fielding this person to teach? Now, I couldn't tell the parent that, you know what, the adjunct lecturer is like that. We have been trying to get him and we can't get him. I couldn't. And the desperate parent told me that, Mrs. Kumbo, if my son loses this scholarship, I would hold GIMPA responsible because I paid every fee that I needed to pay. I went quiet on the phone. I said, Madam, please give me some time. We would work on this. She said, time is running out. We need to submit the application. So now you are harassing everybody. Finally, we got it for this woman. But that was needless. It was needless pain. And so again, I come back when we talk about beyond the desk, let's not look at just the admin people. It goes beyond that. So what are the common gaps? The experience equation, we're talking about service, emotion, and value, and consistency. Yesterday, a lot was said about emotion, that we need to be empathetic. You need to put yourself in the shoes of your stakeholder and the clients that we're dealing with. If you were in their shoes, how would you want to be treated? Efficiency and clarity is important. Value, meeting or exceeding expectations is important. And we have to be consistent in the service delivery. One of the things that ensures consistency is that if we define the standards of operation, then everybody will be guided by it. At least we know that that can lead us somewhere. So let's think about that. There are some of the gaps in the service delivery. You have over-reliance on rules and procedures. This is how we do it. And so even if this is how we do it, it's not working for this particular student, this is how we do it, and so we'll do it that way. That should not be the case. Lack of follow-up and ownership, I've talked about that. Poor communication and empathy gaps. Emails are sent to students. One student didn't get it because there was something wrong with the email address. And this person missed the opportunity to take an exam. Limited coordination between departments, I've already talked about it. If we have to give stakeholder experience that is good, if we want to give customer service that is good, there has to be coordination because we are a system. As I mentioned from the beginning, one person's input is output is another person's input. And so we need to keep the chain and the value going. So going beyond the desk means that we have to be proactive and not reactive. Every contact is a moment of truth. Extending service excellence to emails, calls, and all that we do, and then following up after the delivery service. So key mindsets that we need to have for excellence: empathy, understanding the stakeholders' needs; ownership, taking responsibility for the outcome; professionalism, politeness, appearance, and punctuality is important. But as I keep saying, you can be polite and nice. If the chair is broken, your niceness will not fix the chair for the student. Okay? Acting promptly and effective. So at the individual level, how do we enhance stakeholder experience? Emotional intelligence is important. Active listening is important. Problem solving is important. We should be problem solving oriented. At the organizational level, the service culture. And this is what leadership needs to drive. We need to establish and promote a culture that supports customer service. It should not be lip service. but customer service. That is where leadership comes in. And when I talk about leadership, I'm not referring to the vice chancellor, pro-vice chancellor, and registrar. No. All of us in this room, heads of departments, supervisors, it is very important. Feedback system is important. How do we get feedback even from our own staff? Some people are suffering in silence. How do we get feedback from them? The student evaluation, where we have the system to get the feedback, what do we do with the feedback? Last beginning of this semester, there was an innovation, what we refer to as, a student experience conference, where we brought students together as part of our pre-semester conference to find out from them what their views are about the service, what things they do not like. And the idea was to elicit information to improve upon the processes. It's one of the innovations that you could look at. Use of technology. And as I said at the beginning, I had the group that reported on technology, that it is working. But we can use technology to facilitate customer service, to even collect complaints from people, to reach a lot more people, to speed up our operations. Furniture and equipment, we have talked about that. You bring in people, you promise them something, deliver it. How many washrooms do we have on every block? This is basic health and safety thing. If you go around the classrooms, do we have washrooms there? Are they enough? Looking at the volume of traffic. You have 2 washrooms. One is locked because the staff use that one. One is left for 100 students. I've already given the case example. So the multiplier effect, if we have excellent service, you have positive reputation, there will be trust among your students, there will be loyalty, and there will be a supportive alumni. This is one of them. Because when the interaction is pleasurable, when people leave and they are happy, they become our ambassadors. They would sell us. They would bring. When they are in positions to help and you walk into that office that you are coming to solicit funds from alumni, they are willing to help. It's not that they will remind you of the kinds of things that they suffered when they were in your university and in my university. Poor service complaints, it gives a negative image and lost opportunity. Management's role in all this, people, the HR function. When the groups were reporting, they indicated we don't have staff, the clinic, we are short of staff and all that. We need people. You must put your money where your heart is as an institution. We need to not just recruit, but invest in people, like we are doing for this training. Sometimes we say we want to go lean. And so we cut down and cut down and cut down until we get to the bones. And the few staff are struggling to deliver the kind of service we want. So when the pressure is on, of course, it's only human, they can explode. And then we bring them to disciplinary committee to explain why they misbehave towards the student. But we are not asking ourselves, did we create the environment for that to happen? There needs to be some introspection. And where we have the people, the HR function must work to make sure that there are systems and strategies in place to hold people accountable. To hold people accountable. You just can't do anything and get away with it. So there needs to be a lot of monitoring, a lot of training to build capacity. Administrative procedures are also important. I mentioned service standard. I've mentioned equipment and facilities, and then the environment and landscape, and these are very important. So key takeaways. Go beyond tax and create experience. It's important. Service excellence is everyone's responsibility. Consistency, empathy, and follow-up makes the difference. And in closing, my call is, excellence is not an act, it's a habit. And this quote is from Aristotle. For our reflection, what one thing will you do differently tomorrow in the position that you are to promote customer service and stakeholder experience excellently. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let's give it up to her. So we also invite Madam Registrar, Mrs. Emilia J. Mensah, and Mr. Achia, Chair of the Planning Committee, to take a photograph and present something, a token to Dr. Mrs. Victoria Kumbo. Hey, photo. Photo no light for you. Photo. Okay, thank you so much. I want our applause as they take their seats. Thank you, Madam, for your insightful presentation. I think all of us got a bit of something we need to improve upon. I had transcript issues, so Mr. Alade, I think you are here. Customer service, student experience, I think we all have something to do. Beatrice is stepping out, so staff experience, everyone has something I think we got from. Thank you so much, Madam. Thank you so much. We are really grateful. Sometimes you think you know, but actually you don't know. So somebody actually draws your attention to some of the mistakes that we do. On the agenda, I think a lot of us are tired. So we'll skip one of the programs. We'll skip the snack and continue. Or no. So what we're going to do is that we're going to skip the presentation by the next group and go for our snack break. And please don't hear about snack break, so it's also about networking. Yes, we'll come and do the presentations after the snack break. But please, not about snack break. You also have to network. I like the fact that yesterday we took our lunch here and it wasn't packed, because sometimes you are bogged down with work. You don't get to interact with your own colleagues. You don't see them. So please, let's network as we take our snacks. So please, our people are ready upstairs. So let's go to the foyer, take our snack. We are only doing 20 minutes. 20 minutes. So from 11:40 to 12:01, we should be here, please. 12:01, we should be here. Thank you so much. 12:01, please. Yeah. 1, 2, 4, and 5 are yet to present. Next, the group which is going to present now is group 5, and that's from the health services management. They are basically going to also talk to us about 2 or 3 issues within the strategic plan, the challenges they face, and everything that they discussed during the breakout session. I can see that she's having a chit-chat with the registrars when they are done. And then next will be Mr. Melome, who is going to present for the estate. Yeah. And then followed by group 1, finance directorate. I think Mr. Dami was the leader. And last will be group 4 to also do the last one. So, Doc, please. Let's give that as she comes around.
Good afternoon, everyone. I bring greetings from the Health Services Directorate on behalf of our Director, Dr. Ifwa Amwabiniti. We say that it's a privilege and an honor to present to you. So for Group 5, Health Services Directorate, we focused on 2 main areas. Our first priority was priority 1, transformative student experience. The group from RIC did justice to us, they spoke for us, but we also want to reiterate some facts. For some of us who've been to the Student Medical Examination Center, you see that that is a great achievement. Even though our achievements are little, we believe that we'll celebrate it because it's a milestone for by fostering an inclusive and supportive university environment through improved services. The Student Medical Center right now, for those who pass through UG, you'd confess that it's not in the best shape. But our achievement this afternoon is that we've gotten a new site, we've gotten proposal approved, we've gotten seed funding to start a new medical hub. I wish it could be projected. It's going to be a 4-story building, and it's going to be a one-stop place for our students. For this, we are grateful. We've also gotten proposal accepted and seed fund to start a health cafe. We realize that there are a lot of challenges with our young adolescents in quotes, when it comes to their sexual health. This health cafe is going to be a resource center to address their needs. Sometimes because of the busy nature at the hospital, when they come in, they're not able to articulate all that they are going through. And we believe that this resource center is going to be a one-stop shop that will help them to navigate through these changing phases of their lives. Okay. The university has also served as an internship ground for people who come in from various backgrounds to have their internship done. And we believe that in the coming years, before the end of 2029, we'd have had more people coming in to have a rich experience. Okay. For commitment to faculty and staff, that's priority 3. Our objective is 3.2, prioritize well-being of our faculty and staff through comprehensive health and wellness program. We are happy to say that in the month of October, we had a mental health awareness creation by the psychiatric team in collaboration with the counseling unit to have a mental awareness program for every staff of the university. For this, we are very grateful. We also have a very vibrant welfare that meets regularly. Even though sometimes staff attendance is not the best, they are doing their very best to safeguard the welfare of members of the university hospital. We also have in place an annual medical screen, which we do. Even though staff do not fully take advantage of it, for the hospital, we say that in the month of your birth, we'd want you to give yourself a birthday present and walk into the public health department and get your annual medicals done for you. We've also seen some infrastructure expansion. If you've been to the hospital recently, we want to say thank you to Credit Union for setting the foundation for the establishment of a new emergency department for it. We are also open to more funding to complete our emergency department. There's also been infrastructure change when it comes to the pediatric department as well as the maternity department. We are open to collaborations from individuals as well. Priority Objective 3.4, expand opportunities for the continuous development of the competencies of all categories of faculty and staff. There's been a lot of progress when it comes to staff progression and then recognition. Over the past, we realized that staff of the university have been a little bit maligned when it comes to progression and then recognition of their competences. But we are grateful to say that the step has been started, and we know that in the near future, this will be materialized. There have also been increased sponsored training for specialist training for all cadres of staff at the university hospital. However, even though we've had all these successes, there have been some challenges. The challenges for some are very glaring when it comes to the infrastructure. The hospital was established in 1957, and when they moved from Achimota to our current site, since 1957, we hadn't had any major infrastructure change. You would believe that the university populace is increasing, we are admitting more students, and yet the hospital has not received any major infrastructure change. We also have human resource challenges, like my other speakers have said. In the past years, we are not able to commensurate with the staff attrition rate. And you all notice that when you come to the outpatient department, you all complain of long waiting times. Even though the staff of the university health services are doing their very best, we are unable to match the numbers where we have increasing staff with 6 dependents, we have increasing students, but we are still losing staff. If you take the whole population and you have less than 400, the total staff of the university hospital, you have less than 20 doctors for all the various departments that we have at the hospital, you would agree with me that we need a lot of human personnel to handle you and to take good care of your health. We also have financial constraints. Every month we owe our debtors. And this has become a vicious cycle because more than 70% of our clientele are credit clienteles. And because of that, we are not able to pay our resource people. We are not able to pay those who help us to manage the place. Our lab perpetually doesn't have the reagents they need to work because we are always owing, and we believe that there will be a change. We also have challenges with bureaucratic bottlenecks, where it takes a very long time for things to be done at the hospital. But I believe that it's not only the hospital that has these challenges, other departments also have it. We are hoping that these bureaucratic bottlenecks will be looked at for effective management. Now, what is the way forward? It's been said that if a leader does not share their vision, then the staff is not likely to follow. We believe that a staff-driven promoting of culture of quality and excellence is the best way to go. We also believe in capacity building. We believe in continuous partnership engagement. We continue to say that we are grateful to Credit Union, we are grateful to some banks and some associations for coming to the aid of the hospital. If individuals here are able to help, our arms are wide open to receive it. We are also creating avenues for collaborative research with other departments as well. Above all, we are praying that our infrastructure and our systems at the University Health Services Directorate will be upgraded. We are saying that if you see the hospital as it is now, there's a lot of work to be done. The staff of the University Health Services Directorate are committed to faculty and staff, but together we believe that we'll reach where we want to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gifty Odame. So a message from our sponsors. We are grateful to our sponsors, Enterprise Life, Ekulu Drinks, UGL, University of Ghana Corporate Credit Union, the Juice Pro, UG Press, and UGRID. We will quickly invite Group 2. to give us a presentation that comprises of legal and quite a number of units. So she has just 5 minutes.
Thank you. Okay, so this is Group 2, and Group 2 is made up of the University of Ghana Basic School, College of Education, Library, Careers and Counseling, Legal, and then we also had a Deputy Registrar from UDS in our group. So for UG Basic School, for the commitment to faculty and staff, during the World Teachers' Day, there was a walk that was organized for all staff. There was also a health talk to educate staff. There was a workshop at Pediatrics to talk about the strategic plan of the school. Then engagement and partnership. PTA is now actively involved in the school activities and management. Sustainable resource management. There have been cordial discussion on how to cut costs in the school. So with the UG Basic School, their challenge is that they are not able to leverage on the available resources among the UG's community or on campus. This is because of the student numbers they have, and then also their tight timetable. So it doesn't make it easy for them to plan and get their students to make use of the available resources on campus. Then with College of Education, commitment to faculty and staff. Pen ceremony was organized this year for doctors promoted to professor level and given some form of awards, and they were given some form of awards. There was also an awards night that was organized for staff, and then also scholarship for their staffs. So with them, with the challenges, they spoke about financial constraints when it comes to travel for faculty and staff, since they have to travel to different campuses to supervise. Then supervising internship and teaching practice becomes a little bit challenging for them, since staff have to visit the students who have been placed in school, in different schools. Then financial, time and human resource constraints in visiting all the city campuses. So with the library services, firstly, they have made available a lot of pull-up banners around BAM Library that talks about the strategic plan of the university. They have also transformative student experience. There has been an increase library tours, library instructions of hands, and demonstration on use of physical and electronic resources, etc. Increased student internship and reviewed activities students were engaged in. So now they say they take a lot of students to do internships now in their libraries. Strengthening use of existing services such as ask a librarian to answer questions, subject library guides, off-campus accesses, etc. Celebration of Library and Open Science Week in October, and I'm sure we all saw a lot about that. So impactful research. Continue to subscribe to existing databases. Introduction the PURE platform, which captures 500 faculty research outputs. Introduction of EBSCO Discovery platform to capture all resources UG subscribes. Numerous webinars on electronic resources such as Scopes, Skyval, EndNotes, Web of Science, etc. Then commitment to staff and faculty. Hosted 8 exhibitions prior to inaugural lectures. Sponsors 2 senior members to attend the Legon Leadership Academy program. Sponsored senior members and senior staff to attend Ghana Library Association Conference Workshop. Supported staff who qualified to further their education, diploma degrees, masters, etc. Informally prepared every staff going for promotion, organized and invited all staff to webinars by e-resource team. Engagement and partnership. Collaborated with 4 tertiary institutions to celebrate Library and Open Science Week. Collaboration with vendors to introduce and carry out hands-on training for staff, students, and faculty. Talks with consortium on academic and research libraries in Ghana and Ghana Library Association for partnership. Sustainable resource mobilization, review of databases, change of library management system to FOLIO at more than half of the cost, dropped clinical key to up to date at more than half of the cost, etc. Challenges, so they also have some challenges. So financial and budgetary constraints and ceilings. Lack of staff, all levels but worse off in the junior staff. Limited or no time to carry out their tasks. Conflicting schedules for staff and students affecting participation in webinars and use of electronic resources. Nature of BAM library schedule does not allow staff to overstay to do extra work during semester breaks and on weekends. Lack of willing partners to support library activities. Then we move to legal services. So for transformative students experience, so review of MOUs, supported contract reviews, legal library for students, which is shared, engage 2 or 3 units and give legal guidance. Commitment to faculty and staff, weekly sharing of legal information to educate staff and students. So with the challenges, high volume of agreements with short notices. So they are saying that if you have any agreements, please bring it early and don't give them short notice. And then also budget constraints. So with careers and counseling directories, so transformative students experience, this year we had Career Day and we extended it to Accra City Campus this year. So Accra City Campus, we had Career Day over there. Counseling services has been open to all people, including those at the city campuses, Takrade and Kumasi campus. Academic counseling, orientation for newly admitted students, psychosocial assessment for newly admitted students, EduFair for further studies, mental illness treatment and management, arrangement for industry engagement. Impactful research, providing psychosocial support to students and staff engaged in research. Provided data through our reports for reference for researchers. Commitment to staff. Webinars on benefits of good sleep was organized. Webinar on how to handle grief, training for counseling professionals. There was a staff day out. Dedicated counseling helpline for staff. So now there's a dedicated counseling helpline for any staff who wants to see a counselor. You can just call us and then you get to see a counselor. Training on mental health for various units and departments, provided psychosocial assessment and intervention for staff referral to the directorate. So engagement partnerships. So these are some of the partnerships we have with universities and different organizations outside UG. So University of Bergen, Munster, Ashesi and Kenya University, London School of Health and Tropical Medicine, Johnson & Johnson. So now we have a collaboration with Johnson & Johnson. So if you are going through any of the psychiatric challenges or any mental health challenges, you can go to the university hospital and get medication for free. It has always been free, but now Johnson & Johnson has now partnered with us, and so it's making it easy, and then now the medications are now readily available. Okay, so we also have engagements with Ghana Psychological Council for interns. So we have interns coming to us every year, also from UCC, Central University, University of Winneba. Yes, and then we also place students into different organizations for internships, part-time jobs, full-time jobs, and then also volunteering opportunities. There's also Career Week that's organized every year. Assessment for selected youth. We also did an assessment for selected youth staff. Training on bullying for the basic school students. And then, yes, so I've already mentioned. Then we have sustainable resource mobilization. So during our career day, we get companies to sponsor the career day so that this helps generate some funds for the directorate. So the challenges we have: inadequate space for our counseling and career service. And I'm sure if you've all visited the careers and counseling, you know that we don't have space. High cost of venue for programs, and because we deal a lot with students, we do a lot of programs for students, and every program we do, we have to pay high amount for the venues we use. Then the staff-student ratio, as I mentioned, now we are dealing with the city campuses, so Kumasi City Campus, Takoradi City Campus, Main Campus, Kolebu, and all that, with the staff we have currently. Lack of transportation for students that need to go to the hospital. So usually we have a lot of students coming to see us, and we need to send them to the hospital to see psychiatric help or any other help. And then sometimes we have to use our cars, not sometimes, all the times we have to use our cars to drive them to the hospital. So these are the challenges we have. And then lack of financial support for our students. Sometimes some students come to see us and you know that this person needs support, financial support. And it becomes challenging. So if we can get some seed funding, that can help so that we stop using our out-of-pocket money to buy them lunch. Then these are then we move to general comments for the way forward. This has to do with all the other services I mentioned. So implementation and reporting should cater for real-time challenges related to specific units and departments. Limitation to only 3 additional objectives for units on the Excel template is not adequate. So this has to do with the Excel template that was shared earlier on. With the Excel sheet, every result needs to be reported in figures, and that can be challenging since some things cannot be quantified in figures. Example, when it comes to security, you can't quantify security in figures, so it becomes a little bit challenging for that. Then the template and link for recording strategic objectives and indicators is not easy to complete. Trying to compute all these strategic objectives and indicators into one document for the whole university is quite difficult. Units should be allowed to prepare their strategic plans, objectives, and indicators in ways that relate to their mandates and submit to the implementation committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Edwin Pencil. I mean, that was a lot of directories all put together. Thank you so much. Mr. Mike Malome will do that for, Mike, please come. PDMSD, logistics, and then security. Thank you. And he has 5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. So as we are all aware, I'm here to present on behalf of PDMSD, Safety and Security Directorate, and Logistics. So to begin with, under Priority 1, Objective 1.1, the indicator we picked as PDMSD was special facilities and services offered to students with disability. So far, we've been able to make a few interventions with the Diamond Jubilee Hostel, Student Medical Examination Center, the Lesia Building, N Block, new N Block, the hotspot comfort zones, the hospital, Bank Library, Rape Building, GCB Lecture Hall, the WACMEC Building, PhD Building, Special Needs Building. We've been able to provide ramps, and we've also been able to provide washroom facilities for persons with disability. We've also constructed a walkway from Gimpa Junction all the way to Get Center. Currently, what we have done and we are still doing is that we have tried to update our asset register. We have currently about 100,077 buildings. And so far, we've done an assessment of about 15 of them to see how many of them are disability friendly or compliant. The challenges we've encountered so far with priority one is design limitations. Some of our buildings, we have difficulty trying to make it disability friendly, and any attempt to, introduce some features that will help it to become compliant would also trigger to the next constraint, which is budget. The way forward, we have conducted an assessment, and so we are trying to put the reports together and we'll be able to do the remodeling where necessary, prepare detailed cost estimates, and ensure that all facilities resource mobilization and stewardship. So under objective 5.1 indicator, which talks about number of income generating sources such as grant fees, special programs, etc. Our milestones are: one, we've been able to identify 36 owners of billboards so far, and they are currently paying something to the university. We've also leveraged the activities along our boundaries. So far, we have close to about 800 activities along the university boundaries that they are not paying anything, but now they are paying something. For last year alone, we were able to raise close to 2 million Ghana cedis. Again, we have sought permission from management to establish 2 fuel stations. So very soon, we are hoping that, God willing, by next year, we'll be able to roll it out. We'll have 2 fuel stations. And we've also secured management approval to establish 2 markets, one at Atomic Junction where the gas explosion took place, and then the staff village. We've also sought management approval to introduce waste management fees, and very soon we'll be rolling it out. All of us agree with me that once we live in university accommodations, it is necessary that we pay for our waste because it's becoming a very big burden on the university. We have just 1 truck, and anytime it breaks down, we have to go and hire a truck, and the university has to look for money elsewhere to pay. So this is something that PDMSD has taken it up seriously, and very soon we'll roll it out. Again, under Objective 5.3, strengthen the management and maintenance of university assets. The indicator is maintenance policy and plan prepared and operational. I'll say here that by the grace of God, we've been able to put together our maintenance policy, and very soon, our director will be forwarding it to senior management for approval. Again, we hope that as a way forward, we'll be able to prepare the maintenance plan as well to be able to augment the policy, and then, God willing, next year we'll be able to operationalize it. And then finally, on PDMSD, under priority objective 5.5, which talks about the gallons of water used monthly, kilowatts of power consumed, and all that. I will say here that we've submitted some proposals to Madam Registrar to procure prepaid meters to be able to install on some of our commercial facilities, so that the burden on the university, especially in terms of electrical consumption, will not be wholly borne by the university. Currently, what happens is that we are paying close to about 12 million in terms of electricity. And the prepaid meters they have installed, ECG have installed on campus, what happens is that the university, the power that enters the university passes through a bulk meter, and the ECG officials bill the university on the bulk meter. And those who also purchase credit on their prepaid meters. It's like they are doing double billing. So we have gotten a private company, and we have put together a proposal which has been forwarded for consideration by senior management, where the university will sell the power, and then whatever money we are able to generate, we'll be able to use that to offset some of the bill that comes. Now, under Safety and Security Directorate, under Transformative Student Experience, the objective one, nurture students' physical, social, and mental well-being by fostering an inclusive and supportive university environment through improved services. The progress made so far are these: increased campus patrols and security personnel visibility, targeted operations, and then supporting events of the university. There are challenges that most times we don't reach out to them quickly when there is a challenge. We wait until the last minute before we reach out to them. So they are calling on us that when there is a problem, we should try to reach out on time. And then the last one I'll talk on security is impactful research. What they've achieved so far and they continue to achieve is to safeguard critical research assets, example, laboratories, research facilities, and also ensure adherence to data protection of electronic assets and recording. The planned activities they have is to continue to increase sensitization throughout the university. Under procurement, briefly, procurement as part of engagement and partnership, they have tried to, organize training programs for both internal and external stakeholders. Under intelligent procurement and all that, they have introduced a help desk and a few other things that time will not allow me to say. So on this note, I'll thank you very much for your rapt attention. God bless.
Mr. Malome, we would have loved for you to tell us about the other things that procurement is still doing. So please, just an announcement. One of our colleagues have actually lost her phone. It's a Samsung Galaxy A14 Black. So if you find it anywhere, please just bring it to myself or Mavis. Then we can just let the person have it. Thank you so much. The last on the bill is from finance. These days when you go to any place, they say there's no money. So you should come and tell us what they've achieved with our money. All right. Okay, please, you have 5 minutes.
All right,
please,
all right. Good afternoon, everyone. It's actually finance, risks, and internal audit. So, all right. So we will go straight. We will look at finance. So what we have achieved so far. So this presentation is Group 1. Finance has timely putting in place processing of payment for scholarship requests of students. Also, we have improved customer service for students at the student account office. And also, convenient payment platform has been deployed. Some are the USSD card system and mobile money and POS. We have also strengthened the collaboration with Academic Affairs Directorate to also resolve fee payment issues when reported. And also organization of our Maiden Finance Staff Award. So we will look at what RICS has also done to improve our priority area. Actually, these units provide services for all the priority areas, so we cannot limit to one or two. So another thing RICS has done is to establish the UG RICS Management Committee at the UG level, and also 4 college RICS Management Committees to help strengthen the governance system and the culture of managing RICS, and also review RICS management policy, framework, and appetite statement for approval by the Governing Council. And we have also done strategic RICS assessment of our strategic objectives, proposed treatment plan, strategic objectives. Another thing we have done is risk assessment on some universities level initiatives and projects. I'm sure you've heard of people embarking on initiative projects, fuel station, and the rest. These are all part of something we have done, and also training and risk assessment of some institutes, halls, directorates. And as for risk management, is also University of Ghana has been awarded as the best enterprise risk management first runner-up award for the best enterprise risk management institution in the year 2024 by under GTEC category by the Internal Audit Agency. So we hope to achieve, and let me put it on record, risk management is a shared responsibility. So this award is not just for risk management directorate, it's for all the lines of operators. So first line, second line, and third line, which is internal audit. So this is one achievement we have done. In internal audit, so we will look at, they have actually included projects and grant management audits in their action plan, and also review of internal generated income of colleges, schools, and other units to help in their mobilization and also to make sure they are accounted for. We have also done review of grading system to ensure students are fairly graded to ensure their experience. Another major thing is training on procurement process and also the act, the Public Procurement Act. The act we all wish it couldn't exist, but there is a need for it to exist. What we have to do to make sure that we put in process to make it work. Some of the staff of the directorate who has acquired a new qualification, which has actually built their confidence and their understanding. We will look at the challenges and finance, delays in procurement as usual, process and higher pricing as compared with general prices. Another thing was some school accountants are not part of their school management committees to support financial decision. Some, not all. Low fee income due to the university inability to charge realistic fee. Some banks do not credit during reconciliation, deficiency in ERP, ITS, especially on the creditor system, and also inadequate staff in the directorate. This actually, I can see, runs through all our presentation. So some of the challenges under risk management is insufficient budget allocation for training of directorate staff and the university staff. Lack of commitment, support for some staff and faculty members on risk management activity. I will plead to everyone that managing risk is a shared responsibility, and we have to make sure we collaborate with internal audit. The internal auditor is not somebody who you should ignore. They are your partners in management. You have to give them the courtesy and everything, as well as risk officers and any other assurance providers. And also inadequate staff at the directorate to coordinate risk management activities across the university. University of Ghana is too big to have very few officers to help coordinate, but not to manage, coordinate. Managing risks start with the first line person, then the second line, then the third line. So we will look at also what's the way forward for the implementation, to collaborate with and also information ITD to establish a real-time credits of transaction from the bank platform. To also provide a Q&A section on fee payments for students on the Finance Directorate website. Initiatives such as solar panel to reduce the power or electricity consumption cost. To also allocate reasonable budget for the academic units to sustain their operation. To also maybe payroll migration to the Controller Accountant General Department. Under risk management, Under risk management, we have also 2 minutes to improve operational efficiency, financial management and accountability, and to increase the assurance of achieving objectives under all strategic priority. We say we will establish risk management teams at directorate schools, institutes, centers to strengthen internal controls and culture of risk management. To also support directorates and the list to develop risk registers to help them in their decision making and also management of risk. To also conduct a periodic risk assessment and review of risk management and internal control systems at directorate schools and institutes. Last slide is for internal audit. The internal audit hope to also train on various gaps in the implementation of strategic plan and also assign officers to the various priority areas and to ensure actions are actually implemented. Thank you for your attention. Bye.
The applause was too short. This applause goes to all our presenters and the teams. Ransford and I were discussing, it's not easy standing here, yes, until you find yourself here. And considering the pressure, you know, they have a very comprehensive presentation, and then we started from 10 minutes, 7 minutes, and then 5 minutes. So it's not easy. So let's once again appreciate all our presenters. Thank you so much. We've come to yet another very, very important aspect of today's program, and it is a panel discussion on work-life balance, nutrition, and stress management. I know you and I are going to benefit a lot from this particular session. What I'm going to do is to invite the moderator, who will in turn introduce the panel members and then take over from there. Thank you. So our moderator for this session is Reverend Father Anthony Afriye Amponsa, and he is a certified clinical and counseling psychologist, registered with the Ghana Psychological Council, and a certified cognitive behavioral therapist. He is an ordained priest of the Catholic Archdiocese of Kumasi, ordained in 2008. He has been working with the University of Ghana Counseling and Careers Directorate since 2016 and has served officially since 2018, contributing significantly to students' mental health and well-being initiatives. This is the abridged profile. You'll find the whole profile in the brochure. So with a round of applause, help me welcome Reverend Father Tony, as popularly known by, yes, those of us who know him. Thank you. Oh, please, let's appreciate Father Tony. Kindly take over. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all of us. Because of the time, we will just go straight to the point. I would want to take advantage of the existing protocol and invite my panel in. The first one I would want to call is a specialist psychiatrist with the University of Ghana Health Services. He heads the psychiatric unit. With a round of applause, we invite Dr. Moses Noah. Next on stage is a principal dietitian and also from the University of Ghana Health Services, Mr. Maxwell Bisala Conlan. Then we invite another certified clinical psychologist from the Careers and Counseling Directorate, Ms. Harriet J, to join us on stage. It's good you let the woman sit beside me. I've been, No, let the woman be closer to me. Yes. You wanted to deprive me of a balanced life. And that's what we are going to talk about, balanced life, stress management and all. In order to, because we did a very serious abridged version, can I start with you, Dr. Noor? Just a brief about you, what you do, in relation to the topic at hand.
Hello. Yeah, thank you, Tony. So my name has been mentioned. Before 2017, the University Hospital did not provide any mental health related services. Early part of 2017, Ghana as a whole recorded quite a number of suicide cases in the country, in our tertiary institution, of which UG is no exception. We lost one of our students, level 400 student, who took a life by jumping from the 4th floor of a residence and then died on the spot. It was based on that, the then VC, Prof. Odro, and then the CEO of the Mental Health Authority thought it wise to get a unit in the hospital. So I was then tasked to take up that challenge. So I wrote to the CEO to release some nurses for secondment to manage the unit. It became operational later in the year, where we have a visiting psychiatrist who passed through once a week. 2019, there was a need to get a resident psychiatrist, so I took up that challenge to go for the training. I came out yesterday as a psychiatrist. So we provide services to the university community. We try screening them to help identify mental issues as early as possible. And this we do with the Careers and Counseling Unit. And then, as one of the groups stated, not too long ago, the university signed an MOU with Johnson & Johnson. The idea is to help create awareness, reduce stigma, and then provide treatments at no cost to students, staff, and staff dependent. So I wanted to use this opportunity to, with all due respect, ask the registrar that any program organized by the university without engagement of the mental health units together with the careers and counseling units, the NAM program, it's not complete. We've started, I wrote a letter to the Dean of Students to grant us permission to have access to the halls, to talk to the students, create awareness on mental related issues. So the unit is operational, it's open to everyone. You don't need to wait to get to an emergency state to visit us.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Noor. Thank you very much. Can we give it up to him again? Yes, Max.
My name is Maxwell Bisala Konlan, and I'm very excited to be with you this afternoon. My work in the hospital is to provide medical nutrition therapy. And at the burning part of my heart is to prevent non-communicable diseases. And that's what I have been doing at the hospital and even out of the hospital. Aside my work as a dietitian at the hospital, I'm also involved in public health research at the School of Public Health, looking at how we can help improve public health nutrition in Ghana. I've done a number of projects within the university. I set up the special diet canteen at Tasty Treat. For those of you who may have passed there some few years ago, that was a project I started to provide healthy diet for university staff, because after they come, they begin to ask you, where can I get a healthy meal? And it was a problem. Aside that, I've also been involved in weight loss challenge. Most of the people on my page are mostly females, and they need it more because the current data shows that 50% of Ghanaian women are either overweight or obese. And so this is what I've been up to. If you are looking at improving your health through diet and lifestyle, that is the work I do, and I'm excited to be here.
That's amazing. That's impressive. Thank you, Max. Harriet.
Thank you very much. I'm also a licensed clinical psychologist. I work with the careers and counseling directorates. Our main focus is on the preventive measures. So what we do at the careers and counseling directorates is we offer webinars, awareness sessions for staff, students. We don't want to wait till the condition escalates before we come in. So there's awareness so that you know and you don't get to that level. And we know that we all juggle between different responsibilities, and sometimes it becomes overwhelming to us. So when you are overwhelmed, we are also there to provide services, psychological services to help you navigate through that challenges that you are going through. So we offer stress management therapy for you. We offer, today I was speaking to someone about the work-stress balance. We realized that because of the work that we administrators do, sometimes it has an impact on our family life. So we have challenges with our relationship with our partners. So we also offer couple sessions, couple therapies for you to deal with those challenges. So don't think because we've already gotten to that state, nothing can be done, something can be done. We are there to offer those services to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Can we give it up to Auntie Harriet as well? But the topic is work-life balance, nutrition, and stress management. But I want to start from the middle, right? Because I would want to treat myself first. Maxwell, is it witchcraft that many of us, if I look through, you know, I'm a prophet, so I can see through you, that many people try to eat little these days. We are reducing our food intake and everything, yet the pot belly is persistent. We are putting have I asked a question for you? Then clap for me, because I've done well. Yes, Pastor, is it witchcraft or science?
All right, thank you so much for that interesting question. In fact, I've had this question asked to me several times. Somebody came to me and said, even water, when I drink water, I put on weight.
For me, if I think of what I'll eat tomorrow, I gain 2 kilos.
Yeah, so it's actually science, because most times what we believe we are doing that is right is not actually right. But one of the issues of weight in our setting as Africans, one has to do with the genetics. And so there has been a lot of discussions on the use of the BMI in our setting, because if you use the BMI, you get almost close to more than half of Ghanaians who are either overweight or obese. And so when you look at how we store fat, especially African women, they store fat at their back and some at their arms. And so somebody comes, he's being tagged as being obese. You look at the body structure and you see that the fat is actually at the person's back or the thighs or the arms. That kind of fat do not have much impact on health compared to the one in the abdominal area. But quickly, one of the reasons why we are gaining a lot of weight, one, is because of nutrition transition. We have changed the way we eat. An average Ghanaian no longer does physical activity. Right from home, you enter your car, you put on the AC. You get to the office, you sit in the AC. You get to the house, you are going to the bedroom. No form of physical activity. So that could be one of the explanations. We are not moving. And so we need to start what? Moving. Number two has to do with the change in diet. You would agree with me that it's very difficult to get healthy meals these days, especially if you are working out of home. And that is one of the risk factors, because we are all exposed to the canteens, a lot of fat and oil. And so that is also another risk. We advise that we do not change our habit. Let's go back to our roots and eat our natural foods, which we used to eat, and avoid the processed foods. And then the last thing is, sometimes we think we are eating less, but are eating a lot of calories. So it's not just about the portion of the food you are eating, but how much calories that are in it. Somebody will just eat a handful of fried yam and thinks that he has eaten little. But that's a lot of calories because there's a lot of oil in it. So it's a lot of multiple factors spanning from genetics to our lifestyle. And so it is advisable that conferences like this help to address that, but you can seek the help of a professional dietitian
We'll
to
get
be
to
able
the
to help
health,
you.
but so now you've cleared my mind that it's not witchcraft. If that's the case, then Dr. Noor, can you explain to us why the stress at work with especially Gawa members, with university like this, where everybody is seeking, a perfect outcome of our work, it's coming to light that the more people are stressed, the more they put on. Dr. Noor, what do you say?
So thank you very much. In a stressful situation, a lot of things go on. When people are stressed, some tend to have a lot of appetite. And so they crave for all kinds of food, and they eat, without limits to what the system needs. And again, under stressful situation, the individual is inactive because of the situation you are going through. So there is no exercise. Whatever you eat will be converted to fats and add to the weight. So these are some of the things that are, exposing most people, even though they try to control their, diet, the stress level increases, causing them to either overeat or unable to exercise.
So it's a brain work.
It's a brain work. So when you are exposed to a lot of stress, there are a lot of activities that go on in the brain. We have this center called the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis. And in stressful situation, this system
what is the tree word for that, please?
Maybe I'll ask the accounts here to help.
Okay.
So this system is activated, and when it's activated, there is a stress hormone release called cortisol. And cortisol does a lot of things to us. It either increase so many things in the body, can even cause a decline in your brain function. And then the brain cells are directed to respond to the stress. And so it's a whole chain of events.
Okay, then let me rush to Harriet and back. So we've talked about the fact that it's not witchcraft. He's given us some suggestions. We've gotten to know that stress itself, activates the brain to, act in a funny way. When you are trying to lose weight, you rather gain and all that. What at all is that stress? That's word stress. What is it?
So when we talk about stress, stress is when you have the ability to manage, you have the resources to manage the demands placed on you. So let me use administrators as an example. You are supposed to present a report, and the report, the deadline is just 2 hours to the time. And you know that you have other activities that you need to do within that time. If you have the ability, you know that you have the energy to be able to work within that 2 hours, you are okay. But when that ability is not there, it means that your demands are more than the resources that you have to deal with the situation at hand. So that causes a lot of stress.
People should try some batteries for us, please. I think the microphone is stressed. We will see how we can help it. But before I move on, I would want to know what I read a little bit about it, and I got to know there is a difference between what we call stress and stresses. Okay. Now, can you bring it down to us as administrators and professionals? What is a stressor, and what are the common stresses that we should be mindful of, so that then we now move into how to manage it?
Tony, so before she take that, can I add to what she said?
Sure.
Right. So when you talk of stress, is any natural, to add to what she said, any natural situation that the body has in terms of changes or some challenges that occur. And so there are so many events that can bring about stress. And it's part of us, it's a daily thing that we all experience. The earlier speakers mentioned that the fact that you have to travel from the comfort of your home through the traffic and then to come and stand here is a lot of stress. So any events that lead to stress is a stressor. Like preparing for a lecture, coming to stand here and talk. These are all sources of stresses. Or issues in the family, wife is not talking to husband and vice versa. Kids are not respecting their parents. You know, these are all stresses. Thank you.
You continue, yes.
Okay, so Dr. New already talked about the stresses. So anything that causes us stress is a stressor. And we have different types of stresses. We have the positive ones and the negative one. So you might be preparing for marriage. We think it's like a happy moment that everything is supposed to go on well with you. But you realize that there have been a lot of changes around you. On the normal day, you wouldn't go to Accra to go and buy things, sit through all the traffic. So when all these positive things are happening, it's putting like a stressor on you. And the negative ones, it becomes a negative stressor when it becomes like a consistent happening. Okay, so when you go through stress, the stress is a natural phenomenon. So when you are there and there's an emergency, you are supposed to go through some level of stress to be able to deal with that emergency. But when the emergency is taken away from you, you are supposed to revert back to your normal self. But when you are in that state for a very long time, that one becomes very detrimental to your mental health and your physical health. So for example, as the example I gave already, an administrator is supposed to write a report. Yes, sometimes you have to squeeze yourself within a certain time limit. But when it becomes a constant thing, your daily affair, Monday, you are under stress, you are writing something, you are not sleeping, you are not eating, then that's when it becomes very detrimental to your mental health and your physical health. So even sitting in trotro can be a stressor. Even deciding the kind of food to eat can be a stressor, because sometimes we find ourselves doing certain works in our office and you realize that walking to night market or bushke and coming back will take some level of time. So you are thinking about it. Should I leave my work? Should I go and buy food? Thinking about it constantly, worrying about it even can be like a form of stressor to you.
Well, I don't know whether even staying in Accra is
very stressful.
Please, the sound engineers, can you help with batteries, please? Okay, so you mentioned, Dr. Nuo, you mentioned something, you said the event. But can a person, a group of persons, also be a stressor? Because you only mentioned events.
Yes.
What about people? What about, situations? What about, I don't know.
Yes, so let me start from the workplace. So if you are working with a boss, a director, who is always demanding things beyond your limit or giving instructions that's sometimes difficult to understand, it can be a source of a stressor. And so even when you look at issues at home where couples are not relating well, marital issues. Just this morning, it was on the news that a man took his life by hanging after killing his wife and then 5 other kids by burning them in his own apartment. And so the question is, what at all has happened for this man to take this decision? Might be going through some stress for quite a long time and you realize that there's no way he could bear it anymore. The rumor that we heard was he was having some erectile issues and so started accusing the wife of, sleeping around. One major stressor we have in this part of our world, as far as married couple is concerned, had to do with erection on the part of men, either through gene cause or some social issues like excessive intake of alcohol, or even the stresses around. Because if you're under so much stress, the cortisol level reduces your libido. If you don't tend to have appetite for all this, you may be thinking it's a major problem. That is probably what might have happened to this guy. So you could have stress coming from any angle, from the individual, the environment, the home, the workplace, and all that.
Okay, so I get it. So it means even human beings can be sources of stress.
Source of stress.
No wonder a friend of mine called me. He's almost like 45. He says, "Father, Matakamo." I said, "What happened?" He said, "Wife is pregnant." I said, "Oh, that's good news." He says, "Have you checked my age?" So by the time my child is in GHS1, I'm on retirement. That itself is stress.
It's a stress.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what we'll do about it. But okay, so since you are talking about sources of food and all that, I will go to Max briefly and come back to Noah and Harriet about what is it about the stressor that makes it stressful. So, but I would want us to limit ourselves to our situation because, it's a very broad topic, right? So let's limit it to our setting, right? So, Maxi, I would want to know, can intake of food, because Noah mentioned alcohol, can other foods, and be very practical, cause stress? Intake of such substance, let me call it generally, substance.
Okay, so the between stress and food are bi-directional. Stress can cause you...
So you go and buy it or something? I just wanted to
So certain food can lead to stress. At the same time, when you're also stressed, it can lead you to eat healthy. So in both ways, whichever way you want to look at, people who are stressed tend not to eat well. And one of the things that happen under stress is that we usually do not have time to plan our meals. And so when there's stress, people rely on convenience foods. And you know them, convenience foods are the sodas. So there's a soft drink somewhere, there's a can of drink, I just take it and then I'm gone. So people try to limit eating unhealthy. And just as he said, stress releases cortisol, and cortisol causes craving for sugary and fatty foods. On the other side, when you eat certain foods, they can lead to certain outcomes in your health and bring about stressful events or depression. And so, but the most important direction is the other way around, where you are stressed and you are unable to eat. But in terms of food, it's not directly clear, but one thing that is for sure is people, when they eat certain foods they like, they feel happy. And I know some of us can relate. There are certain foods, there are certain people, when they do not get certain food, they are not happy. And so food can also affect your mood. So it's important that once you are trying to satisfy those cravings, you do not end up eating things that would also harm your body as well.
So if you eat wrongly, it can cause you stress. And when you are stressed, you can, that's what you mean by or buying.
Yes, exactly. Okay. And because of the work that administrators do, you have to meet unrealistic deadlines. So many things to do at the same time. So most of you are always stressed. And because of the sedentary nature of the work, they are even more at risk, especially in terms of the lifestyle diseases. We did a work and we realized that those who were sedentary, the bankers were on top of the high risks for NCDs. Administrators were also part. And the reason is because most of us are always sedentary. And so once stress comes in and you are sedentary, you start gaining weight, blood pressure begins to go up, and that's the beginning of all these health problems. One of the things that can help solve some of these problems is take advantage of the medical exams. Take advantage of the medical exams that Dr. Odam spoke about. There are most of us who would always take our cars for servicing, but we have never been to the hospital. So please, the key message is that let's at least do 1 year medical exam, and that will help save our lives from some of the consequences of these non-communicable diseases.
Okay, thank you very much. Harriet, now I'm pushing you to very, realistic things, serious things that happen on campus. There are a couple of administrators who are husbands or wives, who are workers, and they are students, and they are parents, and they go to church, and they are leaders of groups in other places, and you have to, juggle it all. And the worst is to stay in Accra, because once you stay in Accra, my village people know now that you have money. That's what you know. So every time I call you, how do you balance this?
Juggling between those responsibilities is very demanding, but there are strategies that we can put in place to be able to deal with this situation. The first one is setting priorities. We should set priorities. Not everything that you attend to at that particular instant. We all know that that's the time students are annoying, and we are thinking that we are all supposed to be relaxed. But here we are having a lot of meetings. But we need to set priorities. There are times that in your office you realize that the work is not so much that you can have the luxury of relaxing. There are times that the demand is also high. So if you are able to set priorities and know that, around admission time, the admission office, I'm going to be so tight. You discuss with your family, your partner, and let your partner know that in this season, I will not get time with you as I used to get. When that seasons are low, you can also make sure that you have time with them. So balancing these situations is more like 50-50, but it's about you setting the priority. And one thing that I have also learned from my senior colleague, Dr. Cedi, is making sure that you use your break time wisely. Using your break time wisely. Most of us, one thing that I was doing, which was not helpful to me, was during break time, I bring food from the house, in the office, and I'll eat. So I'll be in the office from 8 a.m. to the 5 p.m. I'll move. And I realized that it is hurting my back. So she told me, Harry, use your break time wisely. So what I do is, during break time, I make sure that I move from my office around campus for 10 minutes, and come back. And it's helpful because it makes you are able to breathe fresh oxygen, and you will not focus. And another one thing that you have to do is also be assertive. We should learn how to say no without being guilty. Some of us, everything could be alcohol. Even when we know that we can't do it, we will take it and we will resent of the person who gave us that responsibility. So when there is a need for you to say no, say no. When there is a need for you to pick it up, you can also pick it up. And one thing that we can also do is we should be able to separate work responsibility from home responsibility. Some of us find ourselves carrying work home. So we get to the house and we are not giving attention to our family. We are writing a report in the house. Probably in the office, it's not feasible. But we decided that for 3 days in the week, I'm going to have time with my family when I go home. I'm not going to do anything like that. And I think that will also help if we have to do this. And we should have me time. The last time I was talking about me time, someone was like, I don't have that luxury of time because what you understand by me time is going to book a hotel, pay for a spa services. No. Me time is just having time for yourself alone. It can be you in your house
without thinking about what is happening around you. So we should find time to get a me time. During those times, relax. Make sure that you sleep enough sleep, at least 6 to 7 hours sleep. It's something that can. You guys laughing.
We can do that somewhere else. But staying in Accra, realistically, anyway. I'll get back to you. I would want us to gradually conclude so that we give about 10 minutes for people to ask questions. We started at 12. Let's see if we can end the whole show by at least 10 minutes so that we make up for the time. But I want to know, just give me 2 maximum or 3 maximum each. Physical, behavioral, cognitive. These are the major areas that will give you the red lights that something is going on, that you are stressed. So just list it so that we can move and let our elders ask us questions.
Yes, listing some of them, I don't think we are fine. So with physical stresses, usually patients will present with you headache, pains all over the body, which usually do not respond to any pain medication. One major one has to do with sleep. As a human being, we spend about a third of our life sleeping, which means that you should get about 6 to 8 hours of sleep a day on a regular basis. If you're not getting that consistently, the point where you have to depend on sleep pills, wake up and then they're feeling tired consistently, then you have a sleep problem. And then behavior-wise, because the sleep is not coming, the stressor is still going on, people tend to indulge in certain acts like drinking alcohol excessively, use of drugs, just to make time to take away some of the stresses. And then the other thing has to do with the behavior, right? Physical behavior.
Then cognitive.
So I would rather look at it from the emotional part, where you wake up in the morning feeling so sad, you don't have the interest to carry out your daily activities, to a point where this persists throughout the day, and then with time begin to show concentration. So these are the present with. So if you see somebody who suddenly has changed from being active to any of these symptoms, don't take it lightly. Advise the person to seek early care than wait to get to a point where it can't be managed again. Thank you.
I understand one of the signs, very serious signs, is when you are really stressed and you get angry, you begin to laugh.
Yes, sometimes it can happen. Anyway, so the laughter may not be the normal one. Yeah.
I'm not too sure whether the laughter coming from this side is the side, but all the same. Let's wind it up with your side. We are winding it up so that we can get some time for questions. But is it true that BEPM, because of nutrition or something, I'm hearing that these days people BEP a lot. The slightest thing, the slightest food you eat, you go and sleep and you have acid reflux and all that. Could that also be signs?
Yes.
Of unhealthy eating and stress?
There are a number of factors that can cause that, but stress can also trigger that. So one of the issues has to do with some people may have the lower esophageal reflux disease. So when you eat spicy foods, it's likely to come up. But stress can also trigger it because stress has an impact on the GIT. So it can also trigger that. And so it is important that when you are stressed, you do not eat a lot of spicy foods because that can trigger that from happening. But one important message I'd want to share is that in a university community like this where you have to meet a lot of deadlines, it is important that you eat healthy, especially when you are stressed. And one of the most important ways to do that is to ensure that you do not skip meals. We realize that people who are stressed do not eat their meals, especially breakfast. There is current evidence that links skipping of breakfast to risks of death. They followed a group of people for a number of years, and they realized that people who frequently skip breakfast are more at risk of weight gain, high cholesterol, heart disease, and even death. And there are reasons for that. So I want to encourage that let's try and eat our breakfast, because when you go into that meeting, you don't know when that meeting will end. And so at least one thing the whole day you've not eaten. And that is how it distorts the body's circadian rhythm, and all these things can rather even fuel the stress and have an impact on your health as well.
Thank you very much. Can we give it up to our panelists? And we have about, let's use the next 5 minutes to invite questions so that our panelists, but we'll be continuing anyway, but if there is any question, please. Any questions for our panelists? Okay. I think
you are 1, 2.
Okay, to beat the time, if you know you can project your voice, it's fine. We'll amplify it for you. Yes, madam, please. A certain percentage of women are overweight. Yes.
The percentage of men who are overweight.
Please start your question again.
It seems unfair to...
I knew that question
would come.
One
panelist mentioned that about 50% of Ghanaian women are overweight or obese. And so I wanted to know the statistic with men because it seemed a little unfair to just mention the women's own and leave the men out. Thank you.
Thank you.
This one, they have my own way, I'll disallow it, but I can't.
Thank you. My question, one of the panelists touched on exercise. And 3 different times, I've had 3 different health professionals tell me house chores is not classified as exercise. Even though my body feels it, my pulse goes up. I see the calorie burn on my smartwatch. So I want to understand why housework is not categorized as exercise. Because by the time I'm done, I don't have time to exercise, like do focused exercise or aerobics and things like that. So I want to know why.
Okay, let's pick a third one. We'll answer them, then we'll pick a last set of 3.
I'm just curious, can stress sometimes be good? Can stress sometimes be good? Because I think I haven't heard any attribution to good stress.
Okay.
In my mind, I think that...
Thank you. Harriet, stress can be good?
Yes, some level of stress is good. If there isn't any level of stress, then I don't think we can get some things done. So when, let me use those who organize this program, for example. So let's say they were in the knowing in 2 months earlier or 3 months earlier. The preparation and everything was ongoing. But I realized that getting closer to the event time, you realize you needed some energy to do everything fast. If that stress is not there, you will not be able to. We will all be sitting there and things will not get done. But after that event has passed, we are supposed to revert back to our normal self. But when we stay in that condition, that's when it becomes a bad thing and have an impact on our mental health and our physical health.
So too much stress is bad. No stress too is bad.
Yes.
Something in moderation.
Yes.
Let me go and get myself some stress. Yes. So you give some statistics. Please, he who alleges must prove. The lawyers, right? Yes.
All right. So thank you for that question. This data was actually published by the Ghana Demographic Health Survey. So the current 2022 data actually showed that more than 50% of Ghanaian women, approximately 50%, are either overweight or obese. And then for men, it was approximately around 19%. Yes. So, yes, don't get excited. Don't get excited yet.
Okay.
So So,
You know, every word you say from now will be used against you in the court of law.
So the reason for these differences is not that the women are doing anything bad. It is just nature that women tend to store more fat for fertility reasons. So our women, clap for yourself for what you are doing. So it's not actually a bad thing. Yes. So nature, you tend to have more fat for fertility, and that's why it's like that. And so the reason why I highlighted it is because we are trying to help our women to solve this problem. So there are a lot of interventions that we are putting in place to be able to help our women. We think that through no fault of theirs, through childbirth, a lot of them are getting obese. So it is not just to highlight for the women, but I was intentionally trying to mention it so that we can put our hands together and see how we can address that. And that is why I came up with the weight loss challenge. And most of my people or participants, about 80%, are Ghanaian women. And it's intentional targeting, trying to address this problem. So
okay. Thank you very much.
How the
so,
data looks.
Dr. Noor, exercise, house chores. So not even fufu pounding is an exercise because it's a house chore.
So I would say that house chores sometimes can be a form of exercise. In that, if whatever you are doing it from your heart. Most of the time, you are cooking for your husband who you're not in good terms with. So already you are under stress. And that situation...
Dr. Noor, be careful, though. You are saying things, so...
That situation, whatever you are doing, the cortisol level is in control. You are doing some house cleaning, you expect your kids to join you. You keep calling them, they're not coming. There's a stressor there which is worrying you. So that up and down movement wouldn't benefit you in terms of exercise.
Okay.
And then for exercise on itself, if you plan to hit the road, you plan it. And so you take away all other activities. Your focus is just to gain something from the act. Don't forget, exercise is not only about burning calories. In that moment, you have tuned your mind to, focus on the event, and then the stress level, you forget about a lot of things. So within that period, the stress level reduces. So that is it.
Before we take the last set of three, because of the time, we'll have to move. But there's a very sensitive one that a lot of people are not expecting me to ask. Is sex part of exercise?
Oh, yes. So I always tell my...
I know they want to clap for me, so let them clap.
I always tell my people that even if you're not in good terms with your partner, especially on the side of women, when your man comes to you demanding for sex, please do not deprive him of it. Give it to him, even if you're not in the mood. Because for we men, the moment somebody mentioned Kojo Mensa, the moment the penis is up, we want a hole to put it inside. And also if you deprive me today, tomorrow, the third day, I may not ask you again. I'll look for a hole and put it inside. Yes. So during the sexual act itself, if it's done in a conducive environment, there are some chemicals that are released. You tend to sleep well after that. You wake up feeling more refreshed. It's a form of exercise. Mentally, physically, and all that. Let me add the last one before.
Okay.
So this thing that we pick among the university students who try to enter a relationship. I want to challenge my parents here who have, especially the girl child. Tell them that it is not every relation that ends in marriage. So when they enter and it's not working, they should leave. If there are clear signs that it's not going to work, it will get worse if you force yourself to marry that particular person. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Because of time, we should end it. Okay. So we'll take a last set of three.
Okay. So my name is Gladys Alantia. I wanted to comment on the fact that women, the statistics show that women get stressed more than men. And for one thing, in fact, the idea of even thinking of what to eat on a daily basis for the family alone is so stressful. So that could be a contributory factor to the women becoming that stressed. I also want to add to what Dr. Nuwo said. In fact, it shouldn't just be that, was it Dr. Nuwo, or I think, it shouldn't just be when the men come and they want a hole to enter, we should not deny them. We are humans. We also have feelings. But when we get stressed, I believe you would agree with me that your feelings will also run away. So much as you want us not to deny you, you also should do what you ought to do to help us, so that when you come, we will welcome you awa too.
Thank you.
Advocacy has started. Dr. Nuwo, thank you. The brotherhood want to thank you.
The question has been disallowed. The contribution has been disallowed.
Why? Yes, let's take the last two. So this is the last set. There's someone in front here, so maybe after our sister, you come in front. Oh, because of the time, forgive us. Forgive us. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Mavis from the School of Performing Arts. So, for me, as a dancer who dances every blessed day at the dance department, my stress level, now I don't know how to measure it now. I do, because I know exercising is another form of releasing stress. But now, if you do it every blessed day, there are times that the body doesn't feel, the soul is willing, but the body is weak. So when I continue doing it, how do I manage such stresses? I don't know if my question is clear.
I get you.
Yes. And I'll take this opportunity to invite everybody to the dance department. Every Thursday and Friday is free dance as a form of exercise for the university community.
Even if it's a Sabone, you should come.
Time is 5 p.m. 5 p.m. on Fridays. But Thursdays is at 12 during break time. Just 1 hour, then you run away.
Okay, thank you. Yes, there was someone in front. Forgive me if you couldn't get a chance to ask questions. I don't know how the organizers can create maybe an avenue for people to send questions via mail.
My name is Wahabu Yahya. I want to find out exercise. If it is so rigorous, does it have effect on one's health? And the relationship between exercise and age, maybe elderly people, how should they exercise, and then the middle age and the younger ones? Is there any relationship between the two? Thank you.
Thank you. No.
Yeah. So it is advised that as you aged, your level of exercise should be determined by your health status. And so 20, 30 years, you can do any form of exercise. But the moment you hit 50, 60, you can't exercise like a 20-year-old man or woman. So again, yes, it is dependent on your health status. Your doctor will tell you that at this age, all you need to do is take a walk around your house and then listen to yourself. Anytime you notice any danger sign, wherever you reach, you pause. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nuwo. I think they were both contributions. They were not questions. But I would want to take your last words, a minute each. Or we okay, yeah, they were.
Okay, I want to say something before the last. I think one thing that we've not talked about is the perceived stress. So perceived stress is you even thinking about the situation as a stressor alone can cause stress on you. Just like the lady asked the question concerning exercise, like dancing. He's dancing every time. But even you coming from your house and thinking that, hey, today too I'm going to dance again, you constantly worried about it, can even cause like a stressor to you. So sometimes the way we perceive the situation itself might cause stresses to us, so we should take note of that, our perception about situations that happen around us.
Great.
So my last thing that I will talk about is rebalancing our life and personal responsibilities isn't a luxury. It's a foundation that we should know. It's a foundation that we are building on. And we realized when Dr. Victoria was talking about we being customers as customers, we are supposed to, customer service is an attitude. And of course, for you to be able to give the right attitude, you have to be in the right frame of mind. So we should take care of our mental health, and when we are in a good mental health state, we'll be able to provide the transformative student experiences that the university required us to give.
Thank you very much. Maxwell.
Yeah, so my last words is that the work of a university administrator is quite demanding, and the stress would always come. But however you respond to the stress is what matters. So 90% it is about how you respond to the stimuli. One of the things I want to advise on the part of diet is that you plan your meals ahead of time. I would encourage that you have a weekly menu. There are people who come and say, I don't know what to eat. It's because you don't have a menu. You are going around eating what you want. Then it gets to a point you are tired of that same food. So have a menu, prep ahead, engage in physical activity, start moving, because the problem with this work is being sedentary. Once you do at least 20, 30 minutes of exercise, it helps. The household chores, some of them may not be enough to burn fat, because the body starts burning fat after 30 minutes of moderate activity. So if it's a household chores that would not take a lot of time, it may not work. If it was that simple, most of us will be sitting here with a lot of weight. But you see, we sometimes think we are doing a lot, but we are not doing much in terms of exercise. And that is why people are still having the weight. The last thing I would like to share is on the galamsey issue. I think it's important I address it here. A lot of people are getting confused about what to eat, especially with our kontomire, our vegetables. The evidence on the ground is that the contamination is currently actually at galamsey mining areas. But we are not ruling the fact that in Accra, we may get some of the foods get into Accra. But it is not time for fear and panic. In as much as I agree with a lot of us that we need to push government to do more, it is not a time to stop eating fruit and vegetables. Because if you stop, the alternative is not either better. Because what are you going to eat? You may end up with processed food. So one of the things you can do is to wash the vegetables well. When you wash it and you rinse it with salt and vinegar, you'll be able to take most of the chemicals out. Another thing you can do is to cook it. When you cook it a bit, you reduce the chemical contaminants. If you can cook it for about 2 minutes, at least if it's cabbage and other things which you can put on fire, that will kind of help. And drink a lot of water, because it helps take all those toxins away. So in as much as we do all these things, we need to also make sure that we take care of ourselves. There's only one life, remember. So let's live healthy and then live a stress-free life. It's not an option, it is a necessity. Thank you.
Thank you, Maxwell. Noah,
So
I'll give you 30 seconds.
Oh no, it's not enough. Stress is a natural thing that we all experience on a daily basis. We can't avoid it. It comes as a good form of challenge for us to motivate us to carry things done. When it becomes so chronic, develop that emotional intelligence. And then try to identify your stressor. You don't need to fight it all the time. You let go. If you listen to Uncle Ebo, he had a lot of challenges growing up, but he did not react to any, but rather give nature its course to deal with it. Sleep is very important. If you need to go on leave, try and do so. Don't think that without you, work cannot continue. If you die today, the work will still continue. Whilst you are here, there's work going on. Sex is very important. Take advantage of it. It helps solve conflicts and resolve issues. I want to thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much. So this is just a 5-minute thing. I like the way Mavis is clapping. Mavis, please come. I need you here. Mavis, you brought yourself. Please lead us to conclude this session with a few dance moves, my head, my shoulder, my knees, my... Are the sound people ready to give us some aerobic music? Yes. Are we to stand or we can sit and dance? Oh, sir, okay. Oh, I thought Baby say, consider our age. Thank you very much, and thank you for your attention. We are grateful. Thank you, my panel, and bless you.
We thank our panel members, the registrar, Mrs. Emilia James, and the chair of the planning committee. We'll give some token out to our panel members and the moderator. Next one. So then they'll take a group photograph. Thank you, thank you. Let's applaud. Let's give it up to them as they descend the stage. I think we are all moving to performing arts tomorrow for our dance lessons. Thank you so much. Next on the agenda is to receive a talk from Mr. Yao Apia Latte. I call him Yao, he's my friend. And Yao is a partner for strategy and transactions, Africa infrastructure, capital projects, and real estate advisory at Deloitte Africa. And he's going to speak to us on the topic, shaping university and industry alliances to develop industry-ready graduates. A brief profile of Mr. Yao Latte. He is a partner for strategy and transactions in Deloitte Ghana and the African leader for infrastructure, capital projects, and real estate advisory in Deloitte Africa. He has over 15 years of experience working at the big four accounting firms, and they are Deloitte, PwC, KPMG, and then Ernst & Young, focusing on corporate finance, M&A transactions, financial restructuring, due diligence reviews, financial modeling, investment appraisals, deal structuring, and negotiation support. He has also been involved in public-private partnership PPP projects, project financing, structuring, and contract negotiations for infrastructure projects valued at over $10 billion across Africa, including Ghana, Kenya, Zambia, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, Botswana, Eswatini, formerly Swaziland, and South Africa, and the United Kingdom. Yao is a regular panelist on local and international business and economic discussions. He has published over 15 articles on the Ghanaian economy and has been quoted by local and international media. He is a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants, FCA, Ghana, and a fellow of the Association of Chartered Accountants, Ghana, FCCA, UK. He's also a lawyer and a member of the Ghana Bar Association. He holds a master's degree in finance from the University of Cambridge, UK. He is an alumnus of the University of Ghana and was adjudged the overall best graduating student, that's the valedictorian, at the University of Ghana Business School in 2005. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Yao Apia Latte. to the podium to deliver his address. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that elaborate profile. So maybe on behalf of senior members of staff, I'll start from the registrar, members of the university council, deans, faculty leaders, industry practitioners, distinguished panelists, and I guess there are students here, so one of the important people that you want to have in the room are the students, and then distinguished ladies and gentlemen invited here. Good afternoon. So I have the pleasure to be supported by my wife, who is a member of faculty, Dr. Cedi Pialati, and of the School of Communication Studies. And I'm ably supported by my colleagues from Deloitte, Ghana, who are in the audience there. So I'm proud to call myself an alumnus of the University of Ghana, because whenever I travel to any country and I'm asked which university you attended in Ghana, I say University of Ghana. And the first question they say or ask is that the only university in Ghana? I'm tempted to say yes, and then add that the rest are polytechnics, training colleges, and so I'm proud of my university. And the first time I had breakfast with the Queen of England as a scholar of the Commonwealth Scholarship in Cambridge, the lady I met at the entrance at the Buckingham Palace asked, "Are you from Ghana?" And I said, "Yes." He said, "You are very fortunate." Then I asked her why. She said, "Ghanaians give us a lot of headache. There are so many brilliant students. We struggle to select who to award to come to UK." So we produced one of the best in the world. And Ghanaian students on that platform were among the highest. There was only one Nigerian, one Kenyan, and over 20 Ghanaians. We should be proud of our country. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll continue my lecture. It is a true privilege to stand before you after over 15 years of leaving this university. It was mentioned I completed in 2005 at the University of Ghana Business School. I have sat at tables with global investors, multinational agencies, government agencies, and officials who are betting on the future of the continent of Africa. One thing that came to light is that the success of every single one of those complex yet impactful projects that I've worked on in the power sector, on ports, road, other forms of transportation, now digital infrastructure, among others, ultimately hinges on one thing. It's the people or the human talent that drive these projects. Last year, I attended one of the prominent mining conferences in the world. It is called Mining in Daba, hosted in Cape Town, South Africa. The South African Minister for Mining said something which was so profound. He said, if Africa fails to add value to its natural resources, we export them in their raw state, we are exporting jobs and prosperity to other parts of the world. And what are we doing to ourselves? We are only importing poverty. The way to transform our natural resource and add value is to develop our talents. We have to develop our students to be industry ready, prepared to transform the resources that we have. And lately, we don't call human resources, so those of you still call human resource department, change it to talent and human capital. Because it is human capital. It's a capital that we have. Ghana has got a capital, and it is the human capital and the talents that we have. Ghana stands in a pivotal moment. Our GDP has, before COVID, and if we extrapolate the effect of COVID, has grown over the last 7 years at 6% annually. The headquarters of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area is right here in Accra. Digital payment and mobile money penetration is 80%. Gas electrification rate in Ghana, it is 90%. 90% of Ghanaians have access to electricity. In Sierra Leone, 27% of the people have access to electricity. Ghana has 90% electrification rate. Yet, the African Development Bank reports that 70% of Ghanaian graduates say their university training did not fully equip them for the workplace. Critically, industry leaders echo this view that they need problem solvers, not just certificate holders. A perspective widely shared by many, or a perspective widely shared by many. I remember some years ago when I was a student here, this was shared by the then chairman of University of Council, Dr. Ishmael Yamsen. He said the same thing, that being chairman of Unilever, he had a similar problem. The theme on transformational leadership, as selected by the organizers of this event, is perfect because transforming the current situation into an increasing university-industry alliance is the most important project we will ever undertake. Today, I want to speak candidly to you, and as I've started, I'm not an outsider. I'm a partner and I'm an alumnus of this university, but I'll be candid. Graduates become most sought after professionals on the continent. For our graduates to be most sought after on the continent, we must shape them to be industry ready. And I'll share some experiences with you. So today, I'm speaking on the topic, Shaping University Industry Alliance to develop industry-ready graduates. The collective challenge. The problem of un-industry-ready graduates is not a simple one. It is a systematic issue. Like any other system, everyone has a role to play. To solve it, we must all come together and solve it as one. Let me proceed to break down the issue. First, university leadership. And I'm happy I'm talking to the right people here. Too often, the incentive structure and resource allocation for university leadership is skewed towards academic accomplishment rather than impact in society. Fortunately, I've been listening to some of the reports that have been read. And I want to repeat this, that resource allocation is skewed towards academic accomplishment rather than impact in society. Success is measured by academic publications, research grants, and rankings rather than graduate employability rates. Industry partnership index are not considered at all. Let me quote the head of the Career Center at the Judge Business School in the University of Cambridge, where I'm also an alumnus of, but I'm so proud of University of Ghana. In a challenging and recruiting environment, our Masters of Finance students' achievement in securing employment and successfully navigating career transition is well deserved. 70% of the job seekers found full-time jobs 4 months after completing their MBAs or MScs in finance. 90% of our students switch countries after graduating. They switch countries, they switch their function, and they switch their sectors. So 90% of the students that attended University of Cambridge Judge Business School graduated in finance, changed from, let's say, banking to asset management, or from insurance to banking, or to any other sector. Some of them switched countries. This 90% group also switched countries. So from Ghana, they remained in the UK or they moved elsewhere. That is the measurement or the index that the university is ready to publish. What is University of Ghana's employability rate today? How are the various departments measuring employability rate of their graduates? If you are not measuring that, then we are not comparing or we are not competing with the world-class universities. When I was a student in Cambridge, the University of Ghana had just celebrated 60 years anniversary. And guess how many years University of Cambridge was celebrating? University of Cambridge was celebrating 800 years anniversary. So whilst we are celebrating 60 years of establishment, the University of Cambridge was celebrating 800 years. That is miles ahead of us. But we can go ahead of them. We can compete head to head if we choose the right path. Lecturers are rewarded for publishing papers, not for ensuring 30 students are proficient in specific industry skills. So due to high demand for university education, university halls are filled with students, regardless of whether they are doing courses that are good or that are supposed to support our development. We just fill the lecture halls. Career struggles of students are seen as an external economic problem, not a failure of our education system. And so politicians take advantage of that and promise employment, use statistics that are not relevant, and they promise us based on what we have failed to achieve. This practice has kept academic leaders isolated and out of reach with industry and the job market. As a result of this gap, we rather perfect a model of education that the world is moving away from. So the world is gradually moving away from a system where we reward academic accomplishments. We are rewarding people for their employability rates, for even achieving diversity in their class. And I'll give you a specific example. In the University of Cambridge, when I attended, it was compulsory to attend the Friday Lecture Industry Series. On Fridays, you sign up to attend a lecture series where someone from industry, banking, asset management, private equity, engineering, top leaders in JP Morgan came to the university to lecture us. The only day that lecture was cancelled was the day that University of Cambridge had a rugby game with University of Oxford. That was the only Friday that lecture was cancelled. And the people who got that lecture cancelled were students who were rugby players in that class. They wrote an email, copied everybody in the class, and asked whether we approved for that class to be cancelled, because we had invited someone who had flown from the United States for that lecture. And we all agreed that we should cancel it and go and support them to win. We lost that game anyway. But that tells you what the university valued and found as an appropriate on every Friday to invite someone from industry to come and talk to the students about what's required. University administration, the second one. University administrations are often structured as control and compliance mechanism. And it's not just in the university. Even in our office, the people who do risk management, they wait for you to do the wrong thing. They say, oh, I've caught you, you didn't comply. No. You have to help me comply. Don't wait for me to go out of way and say. However, controls are stifled education or have stifled education and innovation to some point. For instance, internships for readiness are reduced to paperwork. Was the form submitted? Was the logbook signed? Was the report filed? Nobody checks what the student has written, and nobody checks whether the student even went to that company and who has signed that internship report. Lecturers and faculty. Indeed, when the majority in percentage-wise terms of assessment are final exam, testing and memorization, we reward recall, not competence. Some examples to share with you. A marketing lecturer who has never run a digital campaign before. An engineering professor who is unfamiliar with industry standard of software for engineering. Students copy, memorize, reproduce, rarely debate and challenge or apply. We produce brilliant theorists who can only recite textbooks, but they freeze when you give them a spreadsheet to play with a spreadsheet on an Excel spreadsheet. They struggle to do it. Often, students are conditioned to copy verbatim or memorize and reproduce them in exam. And it is no exception for some of us who went through this system, and we had to struggle a little bit before we fit in Cambridge. When I studied in Cambridge, the best people who had the highest marks in 90% were those who were always asking questions in class. The people who were leading the practical lessons in class were the people who scored the highest marks, because marks are rewarded for people who are thinking outside the box and not those who get the question right, necessarily. If you fail an exam or any paper at the university, that's not the end. You are given the opportunity to do a viva. right? The Viva means you meet a panel and they will ask you, what did you study in this course? If you are able to convince the panel what you studied, you get pass and you move on. And so it is not about chewing and pouring to pass and score 90% or an A. It's about what you studied in the course and how you are going to apply it to industry. University examination system is overwhelmingly focused on final exam tests and ability to recall. This sends a clear message to students. Your ability to memorize is more valuable than your ability to do it. Graduates are often passive recipients of information rather than active problem solvers. They tell you what the textbook says, but cannot tell you how to use the knowledge to transform. Now, we go to the fourth, the students. We must turn to the crucial, perhaps the most sensitive parts of the equation, our students. The primary goal for many has become obtaining degree certificates itself, rather than acquiring skills. This leads to the culture of chew, pour, pass, and forget. When students can achieve an A in a course, yet unable to apply the concept to a real problem, we still hail them as the best. We must recognize the mindset that often laments about in our students. That is, teach me only for the exam approach is rational. A high GPA does not guarantee problem solving or communication skills. You can get the best GPA, but you will not be able to solve the problem. The consequences are clear. When students enter the workforce, employers constantly find students with high GPA does not necessarily solve the problem at the employment place. And I'll not take myself out. As you heard, I was the valedictorian in my class. And to give you a lot more information about that, I graduated with a grade point of 3.93 from the University of Ghana in 2005. That was not enough. When I arrived at the University of Cambridge in October 2006, a year after graduation, I was unfamiliar with Excel sheets. I didn't even know what Excel sheet was about. But this is what I needed for my practical exam. You have to do a project work, go to the project site, take information on the project site, and I give you something that I learned. We go to the project with the head of department. We all sit on a bicycle, competing with the head of department, also on a bicycle, and we arrive at the project site. And when we go to the project site, it has snowed. And you know snow throwing, people just pick the snow and started throwing even at the head of department. And we came back. Now, this is a student from Africa, specifically Ghana. He does not know his way around Excel. And yet he's supposed to submit his project work with investment appraisal, commenting on whether the investment is feasible or viable or not in Excel. I had to rely on the benevolence of my Asian students, specifically one student from China and another student from Malaysia, to help me answer the questions in Excel. And I tell you where we are excellent at. I solved the question, answered it on paper, and I gave it to them, and they typed it in Excel. So this is where it balances off. I could solve it on paper, gave them, and then they entered it in the Excel sheet, and we submitted it. And our class was the best. Our project work came out as the best. Student behavior is a mirror reflection of our educational system. If we do not create incentives that enable people to apply the skills they have, they will continue to be what we are seeing today. They will chew, pour, pass, and then forget. Now, how do we solve the problem? We can't just highlight the problem without professing a solution. First, to the leadership. Let us establish graduate employability scorecard. And I see the university, you're making some transformation around it, and I appreciate that, and I am very proud of that. But let's look at what the best universities in the world are doing. How many of us here, as heads of departments, deans, can boast of our employability numbers? That the students from our class are not just being employed by companies, but they are making impact. In Deloitte, we say making impact that matters. So it is not only about employability, it's about making impact. So this will include metrics like percentage of graduates employed in their field within 6 months, average starting salaries. In fact, one of the first interviews I attended, I applied for a job to be an accounts officer just when I graduated from Cambridge. And I tell you, when I graduated with my master's, I had also finished ACCA in London at the same time. So when I applied for the job, I was called for interview. I was so excited, and I entered the room. A young woman looked at me, and she said, there was one reason why I invited you to this interview. I would have loved to work with you, but you are overqualified for the job that you applied for. Why was I overqualified for the job? He says an accounts officer cannot have master's degree from Cambridge and also a chartered accountant in UK. We don't do that. The salary we will give you will not be commensurate with what your colleagues who have similar degrees are earning. Today, people, even with PhDs, are not being paid the right salaries. We want a situation where universities insist on ensuring that their graduates are paid certain level of salaries. If that company had employed me and paid me that salary that they have earmarked, the University of Cambridge could have taken them on. That is how serious the universities take their employability rate. You can't just employ our students and just use them anyhow. Are we prepared to do that? If we do that, now to the faculty. Break the theory gap theory to say theory practice gap theory. For faculty members, I recall on you to join me in the curriculum creation lab. Let's take some courses and transform things together. We are willing to collaborate with faculty members. And I think for us as Deloitte, we've started with some institutions in Ghana where we train or give opportunities for students to come in as interns. And I tell you, we have some of the best graduates. The people who come to Deloitte with first class, second class, upper, etc. We transform them and make them the best. And you are ready to do that. Lastly, students. If you're a student and you are listening to me here, you are just at the right place. And you're about to hear something that the person who is studying at the BAM library now may never know or he never hear. This gives you an opportunity, the university platform gives you an opportunity to develop your practical experience, not your job experience, practical experience. Take roles as SRC executive, whether treasurer, president, secretary, etc. JCR executive, church or society executive. That is a practical experience. Attend events such as this, and that will give you a skill that the world is looking for. Today, the skill that we need are not the Excel sheets that I struggled for some 15 years ago. We need data analytics skills. We need AI, advanced genetic problem solvers. That's what we need in our industry, and not just Excel modelers. We have gone past that. And these are not courses that are taught in the classroom. You have to develop them yourself. And so you are at the right place. In closing, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we said that the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. And the second best time is now. The future of Ghana will not be built by perfect policy in government ministry. And in fact, our politicians have told us all the nice things, but we are still where we are. It will be built by graduates of this university to start with, because it's the University of Ghana. It will be built on alliances that we forge together as leaders in the classroom, as leaders in the boardrooms, as leaders in the factory places and warehouses, and several other places to turn things around. As an alumnus of the university, I'm proud to quote the second verse or stanza of the university anthem, which says, and I quote, "We ask for strength and wisdom as we climb the hill of learning. May we excel in whatever we do as we prepare to face the world, with a mind ready at all times and a conscience quick to fail. May we proceed in unity and uphold the public cause. Arise, arise, O Legon. Defend the cause of freedom. Proceed in truth and integrity as we build or make our nation proud. Let us live here, not just inspired, but committed to a new pact. A pact to transform our graduates, to transform the world, to transform the university, and to transform our nation." Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I almost say yaw. So thank you so much, Mr. Latte. The pressure is hard. I was watching Director of Academic Affairs, and I said, Director, this one, proposal. Oh." I guess we all have a part to play in getting our students the right kind of jobs. And the students should also help themselves. So next on the agenda is to evaluate. Please, IT team, we are supposed to do an evaluation. So they're going to project the scan code. They will scan it. Then we can do the evaluation. We'll just take like a few minutes to do that. Then Madam Registrar will give us the closing remarks after the rapporteurs have given us a review of what you have done for the past 2 days. So rapporteurs, please. Yes, rapporteurs. No, they're going to do the evaluation first. Okay. IT team, please, we are waiting for you. We are a bit far behind time, so if you. Please, we are not doing the rapporteur's report now. We want you to project the scan so that the scan code, so we can actually just scan it and with our phones and then do the review, please. We'll do the evaluation. Okay, so please kindly take your phones out, go to camera, just get your scan on the QR code, and then please just fill in the oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. So those who are far, we can even use your the scan on your tag to do that. Okay, I've been informed. And from here, let's go and start our Excel lessons so that we are not caught up in any Asian tiger stress. Yes, that AI lessons, everything, because the way things are going there, if you don't attend Cambridge, then you're in trouble. So I think the last button item on the when you scan is click here for an evaluation form. Are we all there, please? Then they're in sections. Section 1, Section 2. So please. Okay. So this is in stars. So if it's good, then you are heading towards the 4, 5 stars. If it's not too good, I won't say it's bad. When it's not too good, then you're looking at a 1-star general, or a 2-star general, a 3-star general, a 4-star general, a 5-star general. So basically, that's how it is. So rapporteurs, please. Mr. Erica Lade, Miss Wendy Quay, Miss Joy Lamile Lamte, and Mr. Evans Frimpong Afo, please come up so that you can give us the evaluation as early as possible. So Mr. Alade will.
Good afternoon. I've learned more these past 2 days about leadership than I could have ever learned during the 1-week leadership class I attended. Thank you, Madam Registrar. Let's do some recaps. So, the purpose of this year's Registrar seminar included the promotion of service excellence and innovation. It sought to strengthen collaboration and leadership capacity, share achievements, lessons, and challenges, and reflect on year 1 of UG strategic plan implementation. The registrar's highlights underscored the seminar as an annual platform for reflection, dialogue, and collective growth. Transformational leadership must be visionary, adaptive, and empowering, as she highlighted. Registrar also mentioned that the success of the strategic plan depends on competence, commitment, and creativity. Finally, she expressed utmost appreciation to sponsors and partners for sustained collaboration. Professor Justice Baole engaged us in a very educative session, and among the key takeaways were that transformational leadership is moving from managing the past to shaping the future. He advised that leadership meant influencing through deeds and ideas. By deeds, he underscored that people watch what you do, and by ideas, they remember what you caused to change. He further underscored the need for universities to become ethical, agile, and people-centered institutions. Among the core pillars he also stressed were integrity and moral influence, shared vision, intellectual stimulation, and care for people. He admonished administrators to be quiet architects of success and leaders of systems, service, and culture. He further admonished us to measure our success by lives made easier and not memos written. And so if there's anything we are taking home from that presentation, is that we should make life easier as a measure of our success and not memos, the number of memos we write. The panel discussion, we have some highlights for the panel discussions. Among the highlights were leadership is influence, not control. And as leaders, we should create excitement among our direct reports and not fear. We were also encouraged to start referring to our subordinates rather as direct reports. We are to lead with empathy and fairness and to build systems that make others succeed. We are to mentor intentionally, empower through experience, invest in capacity building, and plan succession so leadership continues seamlessly. And if I may quickly add, this ties in with last year's Registrar's ambition of the mentorship program. UG's strategic plan implementation was taken by the acting Pro VC. Among the milestones he mentioned were the digital performance portal, the standardized KPIs, the college level implementation teams, and strategic communication and awareness roadshows that had been undertaken. The breakout sessions also brought together our ideas about our achievements and successes we've had in the implementation of the strategic plan over the first year. Among the collective achievements raised were smart classrooms, faster Wi-Fi, and digital services, graduate research fund and pure and platform, staff training and recognition programs, corporate partnerships, and alumni support. There were a myriad of challenges that were outlined as well, and these included funding gaps, staffing shortages, procurement delays, aging IT systems, and bureaucratic processes. The breakout sessions did not only give achievements and challenges, it also sought to provide strategic ways forward. And among these were identified to streamline administrative processes, to institutionalize cross-unit timelines, involve all staff at the various levels, develop a centralized performance dashboard, strengthen risk culture, expand funding streams, and sustain wellness and recognition programs. This was followed by a talk on inspiring vision by Uncle James Ebo White, where he emphasized the difficulty in leadership, and with his many experiences, he highlighted the fact that people would take advantage of reasonable leaders. He encouraged us to be firm as leaders while not being nasty. He advised that as a leader, your resolve will always be tested, while also informing us that leadership can be dangerous, but if one honored God, he was sure to succeed. Customer service excellence was taken by Dr. Kumbo of the Registrar of GIMPA. She highlighted the fact that customer service is not a desk, it is an attitude and an experience, while also informing us that every interaction counts, from emails and calls to meetings and attitudes. She further informed us that customer service is everybody's job, and we're expected to go beyond tasks, create personally pleasing, memorable interactions with our customers. And a popular quote she highlighted was that people may forget what you said, but they will never forget how you made them feel. The talk on work-life balance and well-being highlighted the following: that balance is not perfection, it is intentional choices for health and happiness. Chronic stress included fatigue, sleep issues, burnout, and also affected our nutrition and focus. We're giving practical tips to prioritize tasks, take breaks and hydrate, set boundaries and unplug, celebrate small wins, and seek support. Finally, the human side of transformation had highlights such as transformation thriving on people who feel well and valued, service excellence and well-being being two sides of the same coin, and that when we serve with empathy and care for others, we sustain change. Let us build a university where service meets soul and excellence feels human. Thank you.
Appreciate. Yes. Wow. So Mr. Lade did this on behalf of all the other rapporteurs. So we are done. And what a 2-day impactful session this has been. To crown it all, we will take some closing remarks from the convener of this event, the Registrar of the University of Ghana, Mrs. Emilia J. Mensah. Shall we, please? This may be the last round of applause. Shall we? Yes, we've been sitting for too long. Shall we, please? And then let the applause. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Registrar. We appreciate this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. A very good afternoon to you all. As we draw the curtains on the 2025 Registrars Management Seminar, I stand before you with deep appreciation and a great sense of fulfillment. Over the past 2 days, we have engaged in rich discussions, thought-provoking presentations, and insightful exchanges, all centered on the theme, transformational leadership, inspiring vision, and driving change. This year's theme challenged us to look beyond routine management and to embrace leadership that transforms, leadership that motivates ourselves and motivates others as well, leadership that nurtures innovation and also drives purposeful change. It called us to think about how each one of us in our respective roles can inspire a shared vision for excellence and help shape the future of higher education in Ghana. We've listened to seasoned speakers and facilitators who have deepened our understanding of what transformational leadership entails. We've explored strategies for building resilient administrative systems, fostering collaboration, and aligning our work not only with the strategic plan here in the University of Ghana, but also in our sister universities. We also took time to reflect on our progress in implementing our plans, which continues to guide our efforts under our 5 strategic priorities. We have realized that these priorities are not abstract aspirations. They are the pillars upon which our daily work stands, and the discussions have reinforced the crucial role of us as administrative and professional staff in our various universities in translating these strategic goals into measurable outcomes. The discussions on customer service, work-life balance, and nutrition and stress management have also been energizing as they gave us space to reflect on practical issues that we all encounter on a regular basis. These conversations have not only sharpened our understanding, but have also given us pointers on how we can improve upon our performance and our health and well-being. As we conclude, let me emphasize that this seminar is not an end in itself, but it's a launch pad for action. It's a launch pad for us to go out and do even better than we already are doing. The real measure of the success of this seminar will be seen in how we apply the lessons learned as we return to our units and our respective institutions with renewed purpose, improved practice, and a stronger commitment to excellence. Let us take personal responsibility for being the agents of transformation within our units and institutions. Let us model the kind of leadership that inspires others, fosters trust, and drives meaningful change. When we do so collectively, we will help our institutions not only achieve, but also sustain our visions and our missions. Before I end, I would like to express sincere appreciation to our distinguished speakers and facilitators, our colleagues from sister universities and institutions for their participation and contribution, the planning committee for the outstanding work in putting together the 2025 Registrars Management Seminar, all those who have played various roles in ensuring the success of the seminar, our wonderful MCs from yesterday and from today as well, our rapporteurs, our ushers, I guess those serving the food and so on are by the food, but please tell them that they've done very well. And certainly, last but not the least, each and every participant for your active engagement, your thoughtful contributions, and your dedication to continuous improvement. Let's give all of us a round of applause. Together, we've all made this year's seminar both impactful and memorable. And as we depart, I encourage us to keep the conversations going, to continue collaborating, sharing ideas, and supporting one another as we translate the vision into reality. Once again, I thank you all for your presence, for your commitment. For those who came from outside Accra, I wish you safe travels, and I wish all of us continued success in our work. Thank you so much.
So, we need to seek permission, but then we've gotten clearance. So, Madam, this particular registrar seminar, this is the last one. She's retiring from the service of the university, and therefore, by the time we organize the next one, she will not be around. We want to say a big thank you.
I'll be around. Hey. I may not be registrar, yes, but I will certainly be around as long as I'm invited.
So let's thank her for all the things for all the seminars she has championed. Madam, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So Madam will take her seat and she'll be around with us. Please, lunch is served. So from here, we'll go upstairs and then we can take our lunch. But there's just a short announcement. One of our participants have actually lost her handbag. Yes. And then the phone too. So please, if you have seen it, you can just bring it to us and then we can just... Please, what's the color of your bag? A brown bag, a brown handbag, please. So we beg you. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you all once again. Two of us in doing this today. Myself, maybe so suffer to end.
For the above, madam. Okay. So I've just also been informed that please don't go away.